honorable participants, distinguished speakers, colleagues from election management bodies, international IDEA, and fellow researchers, good afternoon. A very warm welcome to India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management, Session 1, which is on promoting democracy, inclusion, peace, and sustainable futures. My name is Aditya, and I serve here as Thematic Lead and Research Associate, School of Election Management, Voter Education and Communication, IIIDEM, New Delhi. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to open what I believe will be a truly consequential conversation today. Today's symposium is anchored around two powerful and interconnected ideas. The first, the democracy that delivers, challenges us to move beyond procedural definition of democracy and examine whether democratic systems are actually producing outcomes, inclusion, equity, social cohesion, and development for the peoples. The second, democracy in 2050, asks us to look ahead to envision what democratic institutions must become if they are to remain relevant, resilient, and responsive in a rapidly transforming world. Together, these themes form the intellectual spine of everything we discuss today. This symposium is convened by Election Commission of India and India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management under India's chairship of International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, International IDEA, and reflects our shared commitment to positioning democracy not as a normative aspiration but as an operational driver of inclusive and sustainable development. With this, now I invite Lochna, Research Associate, School of Election Management, Voter Education and Communication, to introduce our Dean, Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma.
Good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure of introducing you all to Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma, who is the Dean at the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, Election Commission of India, New Delhi. He is a fellow at the Center for South Asian Studies at the University of Edinburgh and a visiting India fellow at the German Institute for Global and Area Studies at Hamburg. He serves on the editorial board of Regional and Federal Studies. His research spans the political economy of federalism, democracy, party systems, economic reforms, para-diplomacy, and crisis and conflict management in multi-level systems. He has led international projects funded by Edinburgh Global, the University of Freiburg, the Hans Seidel Foundation, with over 1,100 citations across leading journals. That's not it. His work has appeared in various renowned journals like the Journal of Federalism, the Public Administration, Territory, Politics, Governance, International Political Research Review, and others. He has also guest edited various special issues for India Review, Territory, Politics, Governance, and the Journal of Federalism, including the recent Multi-Level Polities in the Times of Crisis, which has been co-edited by the renowned scholar Wilfrid Sweden and published in the Journal for Federalism recently. Sir, may I welcome you to kindly provide the context-setting presentation. Thank you.
Respected Director General IIIDEM, Shri Rakesh Kumar Verma ji, my dear colleagues, faculty members, speakers, research associates, thematic leads at IIIDEM, and thematic teams from states and union territories, a very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to the session on promoting democracy. India, as chair of the Council of Member States of International IDEA for 2026, has placed before the democratic world a theme of strategic significance, which is democracy for an inclusive, peaceful, resilient, and sustainable world. The phrase is a complete democratic philosophy, but let me start with the question that who will and who can promote democracy. There is a long list of variables: free and fair elections, horizontal autonomous institutions which can hold government accountable, mechanisms of checks and balances, independent judiciary, strong and vigilant civil society, and free and unbiased media. Quite interestingly, this list does not include the political officials or political incumbents. Why? Because the primary function of democratic institutions and democratic processes is to enforce discipline, impose constraints, and place limits on those in power. International IDEA's Designing Resistance report points out that democracy weakens or erodes when a one-time majority attacks the guardrails of democracy quickly and sometimes within a single term by shrinking civic space, by attacking freedom of media and freedom of civil society, thereby tilting the electoral level playing field before the next elections. Despite this, the International IDEA's 2024 report claimed that elections remain the single best opportunity to promote democracy and to strengthen democracy, as shown in various countries such as Brazil, France, the Gambia, Guatemala, Poland, and Zambia. However, research also shows that elections can incentivize citizens to punish autocrats only when autocratization is visible, which is possible only when there is a high quality information environment, when free, independent, unbiased media, vigilant civil society actors, and opinion leaders make autocratization visible to the masses. So even elections and high degree of participation can produce democratically undesirable results in the context of a distorted information environment. But this information environment is vitiated not only by a biased media, not only by the new generation of digital disinformation ecosystem, but also by modern autocrats who pretend to be democrats. So the modern autocratic leaders do not interfere with elections, do not interfere with the processes of public participation, citizens' participation. They only focus on distorting the information environment. That builds public opinion. So that is why the 2020s are not about election crisis. They are about accountability crisis. They are about crisis of civic space. They are about crisis of freedom of expression and the crisis of rule of law. While it is true that a vibrant democracy requires active civic participation, yet participation in itself is not sufficient. The quality of participation is also important, because research shows that poor quality of participation can also damage democracy. Research shows that very high degree of participation, when it is driven by political polarization, can support leaders with fascist mindsets. Weimar Germany is a chilling example. In July 1932, with a voter turnout of 80%, millions of voters gave a democratic mandate to the Nazi party of Hitler, who then used this power to destroy democracy itself. Research also shows that the democratically elected authoritarian leaders seek to expand participation, but at the same time they also seek to shrink the space for genuine debate, discussion and deliberation. This is where deliberative democracy comes in, accompanied with obviously high quality, unbiased, non-partisan and reliable information environment. So this becomes one of the crucial pathways for promoting democracy. Institutionalized mechanisms for deliberative democracy have existed for a long time in Switzerland and Liechtenstein. However, since 2010, deliberative practices at local levels have accelerated worldwide. For instance, there are examples of participatory budgeting in countries like Brazil, Portugal, and South Korea. Citizens' juries in countries such as Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, the United States, Poland, and Spain. Ireland's Citizens' Assembly led to the reform of abortion law. The UK's Climate Assembly informed national climate policy. Belgium, on the other hand, has institutionalized mechanisms for incorporating citizens' inputs into parliamentary debates. And Taiwan stands out as one of the most instructive digital age experiments, combining online and offline deliberation between the government and citizens, which has frequently led to decisive policy action. One OECD publication terms this phenomena as deliberative wave. This OECD publication examines 300 deliberative practices and found that such practices and such processes, when designed well, can help produce better policies and promote democracy. Overall, democracy is a bundle or a package of 5 core dimensions: electoral, liberal, egalitarian, participatory, and deliberative. 6 presentations today will discuss all these dimensions. Our speakers, Michael Rooney from International IDEA, will begin with democracy that delivers, underlining that democracy must ultimately be assessed by whether it generates legitimacy, responsiveness, and effectively delivers public goods and services. Emma Kenny of International IDEA will then move to democracy in 2050, because we need to envision how democracy will work under pressures of climate change, under pressures of migration, youth aspirations, disruptive technologies, and multiple crises. Joseph from Government Ajwal College, Mizoram, will then turn to the timeless challenge that is democracy for peaceful coexistence amidst diversity, which is vital in a diverse country, in the context of a diverse country like India. Rahul Tripathi from Goa University will focus on whether and how the historically excluded and marginalized sections can become genuine partners in public realm. Deepakshi Das from National Law University of Assam will then examine the connection between democracy and economic opportunities and economic capabilities. And finally, the threads converge in democracy for accelerating the sustainable development goals. Sandhya Shadri Iyer of TISS Mumbai will highlight how sustainable development requires accountable institutions, genuine inclusion, and sustained civil trust. So, I hope this session would be very enriching in terms of generating new thoughts, debates, discussions. So, welcome to promoting as well as protecting democracy. So, let us begin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin with our presentations, let me introduce you all to our academic experts. First is Mr. Michael Rooney, who will be joining us online. He is an advisor in the Democracy Assessment Unit at International IDEA since 2022, where he contributes to the Global State of Democracy Initiative, the Perceptions of Democracy Survey, the Democracy Tracker, and Foresight programs in the Asia Pacific. He previously coordinated the SDG 16 initiative prior to IDEA, where he worked with Transparency International, Maiden TV at Azerbaijan, Global Witness, and civil rights defenders at Stockholm. His writings are on human rights and democracy, which have appeared in EurasiaNet, Open Democracy, The Diplomat, Sveriges Television, and elsewhere. Next up, we have Ms. Emma Kenny, who will also be joining us online from International IDEA, who is an Associate Program Officer in the Democracy Assessment Unit and is supporting research, analysis, and communications for the Global State of Democracy program with a focus on Asia and the Pacific. Previously, Ms. Emma was a research coordinator at Harvard Humanitarian Initiatives Program on Gender, Rights and Resilience, and has also worked with Sweden, IOM and the WHO. A Swedish Fulbright alumna, she holds an MA in International Affairs from Northeastern University from Boston. Next, we have Dr. Joseph C. Lal Rinluata, who will be joining us offline and is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science at the Government Aizawl College, Mizoram. Sir holds a master's and PhD in political science from the Mizoram University and has, apart from a book, he has published around 20 research papers and presented at international, national and state level seminars. He is also a lifetime member of the Indian Political Science Association and the Mizoram Political Science.
A former head of department. His areas include international relations, India's foreign policy, international
political economy, and South Asian politics. He has held roles on the Academic Council, Board of Studies, and as visiting faculty at Nihon University, Japan, and adjunct faculty at the Naval War College, Goa, associated with the Election Commission of Industry Surveys. He has authored and edited books including Monetary and Payment Cooperation in South Asia and Towards Freedom in South Asia. Our other speaker for today, for the session 1, is Dr. Deepakshi Das. She is Assistant Professor of Economics at the National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam, and alumna of Cotton and Guwahati Universities. She specializes in mathematical economics, demography, statistics, and environmental economics, and completed her PhD on the impact of subsidies on MSMEs in Assam. A university rank holder and PG Merit Scholars recipient of 2012, she has presented at national and international seminars, published in reputed journals, and recently edited Companies and Insolvency Laws in India, Contemporary Development. Her current research focuses on social entrepreneurship and handloom heritage in the Bodoland territorial region of Assam. And our last speaker for the session 1 today is Professor Sandhya Iyer. She is professor at Center for Public Policy and Human Development, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. With over 2 decades of expertise in development economics, she holds a PhD from University of Mumbai and has trained at the German Development Institute, Bonn, and been a visiting fellow at IISDEM, Sussex. Her research spans poverty, inequality, labor, social protection, and SDGs, with a focus on India and the Global South. She has led policy research for the World Bank, UNDP, Asian Development Bank, and Government of India agencies, and co-authored Human Development in an Unequal World. She serves as Associate Editor of the Indian Journal of Labour Economics, has contributed to G20, T20 dialogues since 2016, and has been a member of the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network since 2019. With this, now we will start with today's presentation. Thank you. Now I invite Michael Rooney sir to present his presentation.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. As our colleague, would you like me to share my slides, or were you going to do that as the host of the meeting?
Sir, please share your slide.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Please share your slide.
I guess, is that it? You would like me to share my slides? Okay. Sorry, give me a moment. Sorry, I'm muted. I just wanted to see. Sorry, I wanted to know if people could see my screen. Is that correct? Yes?
That was working, yeah.
Thank you, Emma. Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction. So my name is Michael Runny. As you know, I am an advisor on the democracy assessment team at International IDEA. And so I'll be giving a short overview presentation of some of our data and our work at International IDEA on the theme of democracy that delivers contributions to peace, empowerment, and inclusion. Since everybody has different definitions of democracy, or we can at least say that there are many. We always find it useful to identify and define very clearly at the outset of any such discussion what we mean. At International IDEA, we have a institutional definition of democracy that rests on two key principles. The first is popular control over public decision-making and decision-makers. And the second is the equality of respect and voice between citizens in the exercise of that control. And Professor Sharma was so kind as to cite the Global State of Democracy indices in our annual reports earlier. We have a quantitative data set describing democracy at 172 countries around the world. That is disaggregated and has a number of different aspects. But this is the overarching principles we use when we assemble that index. And our first topic here is going to be peace. Now, there's long been a supposition that democracy ipso facto produces peace. I'm not going to read the text to you on our screen in its entirety, but I would just cite that we have from Immanuel Kant in his philosophical essays in the 1700s, laid out a intellectual framework through which a citizen in a democratic polity would therefore desire peace. They would think about having to fight for themselves and the economic and political and social consequences, and therefore be less likely to go to war. Of course, we know right now that this is not a strong rule. It is very easy to think of democratic states that have undertaken wars of choice. But if we return to what I mentioned previously at International IDEA, we have a disaggregated quantitative data set of democracy. So we can think also of democracy as a continuum. We can think of more autocratic states and less autocratic states, instead of there being a specific regime classification where countries move strictly between a democracy and an autocracy. And that's what you're looking at here. To describe what we're looking at, as I said, we at International IDEA do not have one quantitative measure of democracy. We have primarily four. One of representation, rights, rule of law, and participation. Underneath those are a number of other components of democracy. But what we've taken here on the y-axis, on the left side of our screen, is our measure of representation. And on the x-axis, we have the Global Peace Index. So as we can see here, we see a continuous correlation between increased representation and higher levels of peace. So we would not, as you see, regime types, as I mentioned, are not helpful here. We do not get we don't necessarily get more correlated as we go up. So we see a clear correlation. Of course, correlation is not causation. And as you can see, it's not really a very strong correlation because, of course, there are many other variables that are impacting the Global Peace Index. And of course, there is a gap necessarily between our quantitative measure of what we call representation in a democracy and how that is experienced on a day-to-day level of citizens living in democracies or non-democracies. As I said, this is going to be a very brief overview. I have only 15 minutes, so I'm going to move on to the second point that we wanted to talk about using our global state of democracy data, which is the question of economic development. So here we have, of course, I know that many of our other illustrious presenters are going to delve more deeply into this topic. But generally speaking, we see that when a democracy can deliver, when it can sustain per capita income above certain levels, researchers differ, of course, reasonably on where these are. It is more likely that these democracies will persist and to exist as democracies in the years to come. So we've run a similar experiment here using GDP per capita in current US dollars. That's visible on the x-axis. And again, our measure representation that I've shown previously. So again, we see a weak but existing correlation where increased representation results is correlated with correlated with democracies reproducing themselves year after year, persistent in being democracies. You may be wondering, if you're looking at this graph, what we are looking at the x-axis there, where we have a number of states that are, for example, quite wealthy, but have a zero in representation. So in our quantitative indices, whenever we have a completely non-democratic state or an interruption in political continuity, we zero that out. So we're looking here at primarily Gulf autocracies. So our third point here is, of course, going to be democracy and development. So we've talked a little bit about, democracies persisting, democracies being peaceful. But as I'm sure we're going to get into this much greater today, but we wanted to talk about what we saw in this one here. We look at this graph. We said, is it correlation or causation? Of course, the work of Asemoglu et al. Is that this is a causal relationship. We aren't going to necessarily say that there's one reified specific thing that we're going to call democracy. We can identify both in our quantitative work and in the real world, but we see a lot of things, a lot of institutions that exist and are much more likely to exist and to exist in high quality in democracies, are also those that produce higher levels of economic development and broad-based economic development. So I'm going to flip back again. So not what we're looking here on the bottom line, where we can think of very wealthy states like Saudi Arabia and Gulf states and petrostates, where they may be quite wealthy, but that wealth is highly unevenly distributed. So if we're looking for broad-based economic development, we generally have to look almost exclusively to democracies for this. I'm going to dwell on that last point very briefly as we move forward, but as our final point here is democracy and what we mentioned as inclusion. So if you paid attention thus far, you may notice that we may have a potential tautology here. We at International IDEA have defined democracy. If you think back to those first two core principles, we've defined it as democracy, including equality between citizens. Ergo, you would think that the way that we measure democracy at IDEA would assume already that there is equality between citizens. However, as I mentioned, we do have disaggregated measures, so it allows us to look more closely, and we can look at states that may be very democratic in some measures, in the measures of representation, in the measures of countervailing institutions, such as the strength of the judiciary and its independence, or quality of public administration. So let's look a little closely here at more narrowly at the things that we've talked about, the outputs, the way in which democracy delivers, and the inclusivity of democracies. These slides, of course, this maybe look a little confusing, maybe not to all of you, to our political scientist colleagues, but what we're looking here is at the change in time in the measures of political equality and representation in 6 states between 1990 and 2025. So if you see the dot where we have Moldova, Bhutan, the Gambia, Bolivia, Angola, and Ethiopia, that is where they are now. The tail is the movement showing how these two variables have moved over the preceding 25 years. So here we see things just a little bit differently. We see states that we see what we would think of as success stories, such as Moldova and Bhutan. Bhutan, of course, was previously went from an absolute monarchy to a democratic state during this period. So we've seen both growth significantly in both political equality and representation. We haven't seen this everywhere. We've seen states, if you look up at the top of your screen, we can see the Gambia, a state which had much higher levels of political equality and representation in the 1990s, before it has declined in both. Bolivia is another more extreme. As you see, it goes up and down, another more positive case. But we also have the outliers. We have states like Ethiopia over on the left side of your screen that seem to be stuck in a sort of loop here. So here we see, when we look at successful states, we see growth in both of these things, is what I'm trying to drive home here. States that democratize, they tend to grow both in political equality and in their quality of representation. Autocratic states struggle to do both of these at the same time. Another set of variables, as I said, we're looking at disaggregated here, is on the left, as on the y-axis here, we have our measure of basic welfare. And then on the x, we have our measure of social group equality, which is a variable that means different things in different countries. It takes account of, say, ethnic differences, racial differences in countries like the United States, religious differences in other countries where that's the main social cleavages. As you see, in pretty much everywhere in the world, if we look over the long array of 25, 30 years, we see significant growth of basic welfare. And then if you look at Poland in the upper right-hand corner, this does, stall out at some point when we get up to the higher levels. Just so you know, in our indices, this is between a scale of 0 and 1, with 1 being the highest. So when you start getting up to 7 and 8, that is where the relationship breaks down a bit. But as you see here, it is possible to have significant growth in basic welfare, in baseline economic development, without significant equality. When it comes to social group equality, China is, of course, the textbook case. Ethiopia is slightly more, has struggled a bit more. Rwanda, as you can see, is following very closely along China's path there. In other states in the former communist world, in Georgia and Poland, we see more of a mixed bag. In both of those countries, as we know, they experience significant levels of democratization between independence from the USSR in Georgia's case, and the transition away from communism in Poland, but have struggled much more recently in like the last 5 to 10 years, both in terms of providing additional economic gains to their citizens and democratic backsliding. Poland, of course, has turned around again. It's a much more complicated case. There's a great deal of polarization between the very conservative, what we look in Europe as the backsliding case, and the more liberal, although still somewhat conservative current government. Georgia is unfortunately our main case of democratic backsliding in Europe and Western Asia. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to move forward. This is, again, an incredibly brief overview of the work we do at International IDEA along these themes. So we also have worked on we have produced reports that are available on our website that we encourage you to read, such as from Copenhagen 1995 to Doha 2025, Democracy as an Engine of Social Development and Shared Prosperity, where we get into these issues in much greater detail. Therefore, I will just end on a couple closing points before I'll turn this over to my colleague, Emma Kenny. So on the questions of democracy and social development, we know from our research that strengthening the rule of law and reducing corruption improves other social development outcomes. We know, of course, that violence and conflict hinder social development. The third one is we know that electoral competition and political participation create incentives for delivery in democracies, providing a positive feedback loop for policymakers and governments. And we know that rights protection is a pillar of inclusive social development. That's how we know we talked about, if we look back, the second to last graph I showed you, instead of the one where we see China and where we see China's significant economic growth without broad-based development. Okay, I'm at the end of my 15 minutes now. I hope I have not talked too fast and rushed everyone through this. So I'd like to thank everybody for their time and attention, and I sincerely look forward to hearing the presentations from our colleagues. Thank you very much. I'm now going to stop sharing my screen.
Oh, Mike, I was going to ask you. Keep sharing it if it's.
Oh, I can, yes.
Might make it easier.
Mute myself, turn my video off, and then I will share the screen. Just tell me when to change.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, hello, good morning from Stockholm. I hope everyone can hear me okay. As mentioned, my name is Emma Kenny. I'm an Associate Program Officer at International IDEA's Democracy Assessment Unit. And yeah, thank you so much for having us here today. Just double checking that the slides are showing. Sorry, giving you a minute. There we go. So today I'm going to focus on strategic foresight, which is one of several tools that can help decision makers think more systematically about democracy in 2050. I'll also be sharing some lessons from International IDEA's experience of applying foresight, focusing on some findings from 3 of our recent regional foresight conferences that were held in Southern Africa, South Asia, and the Western Balkans. So to start with the basics, what do we mean by strategic foresight? Essentially, it's a way about thinking of the future that recognizes that there is never just one path ahead. And rather than predicting outcomes, it uses signals and trends that are visible today to explore these multiple possible futures. So the goal here is not really certainty. It's about preparedness in order to help decision makers act more deliberately in the present to shape these long-term outcomes. Sorry, next slide. I should have probably said that. Yeah. We can skip to the next slide. Yep. So as I mentioned, there are some common foresight methods, which include trend analysis, scenario planning, and horizon scanning. And there are some really excellent resources available online, such as UNDP's Foresight Handbook, for those who might be interested in going deeper into the methodology. Next slide, please. We also know that foresight is increasingly being used across multiple sectors. So we have large enterprises like Deloitte, Salesforce, and Shell, who are known to use foresight in guiding their long-term strategies. We also have international organizations like the OECD, UNDP, and the European Commission, who regularly apply it to their program designs. And then, of course, we also have governments such as Singapore, Finland, and Switzerland. And these are governments that are largely considered to be pioneers in embedding foresight into national governance. Next slide, please. So at International IDEA, we're increasingly relying on foresight for a number of reasons. I would say most importantly, it comes in a context of democratic backsliding, uncertainty with all the world events that are going on, and these shifting views on traditional liberal democracy models. And basically, we need new tools to help us rethink about democratic futures as well as democracy assistance. And foresight allows us to do that. To prepare for what might come rather than simply reacting to past trends. Next slide, please. So with this in mind, I'm now just going to turn to our 3 previous Foresight conferences that were held in South Africa, Sri Lanka, and Albania. We worked closely with key partners, and this included the Institute for Security Studies, the Center for Policy Alternatives in Colombo, and the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. And we brought together a multidisciplinary group of regional experts and practitioners to engage in these foresight exercises. And participants were asked to identify the most critical uncertainties shaping their region's democratic future, and using those to build 4 distinct scenarios. And these ranged from transformation to decline to, variance in between, focused on the status quo. And just in the interest of time, I'll only be focusing on the transformation scenario from these 3 conferences, or simply put, the more optimistic pathways. But essentially, these are more or less, they imagine futures where the system breaks decisively from the status quo, rather than, stagnating or declining, or things along those lines. Next slide, please. So let's begin with our first conference, which was the Imagining Democratic Futures in Southern Africa. Next slide, please. So the first step in all of these conferences was to ground the analysis in what we see now in the present day. So participants were asked to identify 5 high-impact more than 5, but these were eventually narrowed down to 5 high-impact, high-uncertainty factors. And these included youth, natural resource management, environmental degradation, information and communication technologies, and data governance. And these drivers really form the building blocks for the scenarios to come. Next slide, please. So in Southern Africa, the transformation scenario was marked by a fundamental change in the approach of government, which now promotes equitable economic growth and environmental sustainability. And this comes as a direct result from lessons learned from the COVID pandemic. So in this future, we see that civic engagement is significantly higher, and it's enabled by this focus on greater economic equality, as well as expanded broadband access, which allows previously marginalized communities to participate more fully in democratic life, and this is both online and offline. This also extends to the management of natural resources, which are now managed jointly between governments and local communities, following a transition towards renewable energy and sustainable environmental practice. And indeed, in some southern African countries, we're actually already seeing these types of initiatives where the government and local communities are coming together to manage natural resource extraction. And this includes Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, just to name a few. Another element of this scenario is that online participation has been strengthened by strong data governance and privacy protections. And democratic institutions as a whole are now more representative of the youthful demographic, which enhances trust. And this is in part due to long-term investments in education. Ultimately, what this leads to is stronger connections between the leaders and the electorate, with the rise of more participatory activities. So the takeaway from this scenario, basically, it underscores that democratic progress, when really rooted in local values and supported by regional and local cooperation, can deliver prosperity, stability, and a future that is really shaped by the aspirations of its own people. So turning now to South Asia, for the next slide, please. Yeah, we can skip to the next slide. Perfect. So in this conference, participants highlighted 5 key drivers, and this included climate change, migration, geopolitics, civic space, big tech, and AI. And it's worth pausing here just to note that climate change emerged quite organically as a central democratic concern across nearly all 3 conferences. And I think this basically underscores how deeply entwined democracy is with these other policy fields, and how building resilience will require us to engage across these types of connections. But nevertheless, moving on to the transformation scenario. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in this imagined future, South Asia has become this big global hub of democratic innovation and regional cooperation. And participants envisioned a once stalled SARC being revived, allowing countries to work more closely together on things like climate, migration, and the sharing of resources. We also see a wave of reverse migration in this scenario, as young people return from Europe, China, and the United States, bringing new skills and civic energy that essentially spark democratic experimentation across the region. And governments also invest in inclusive policies that really blur the urban and rural divides, giving rise to what, this is a term that was dubbed by our participants, but giving rise to civillages, which are basically these sustainable tech-enabled communities, which quickly actually become some of the most livable places in South Asia. And so the region evolves into something resembling a solar punk society with decentralized energy, green infrastructure, and community-owned technologies shaping every day, which ultimately takes precedence over, narrow economic interests. And last but not least, this scenario also includes an element where long-standing tensions over natural resources are eased through these co-management systems that blend both scientific expertise with indigenous forms of knowledge, which have, in this case, now become central to deliberative policymaking. And across the South Asian region, we see new participatory forums taking root, from local assemblies to cross-border deliberative networks, which end up anchoring a more collaborative and resilient South Asia. And I guess the takeaway from this scenario, it suggests that the region's future may depend on tapping into these unconventional, maybe, sources of innovation, from youth movements to indigenous governance systems or these cross-border civic networks, rather than just relying on solely on traditional institutions. But this is not really a statement, it's more so a question. So the report really prompts us to think about these questions, like, should civic life be revitalized through new institutions, like empowered people's assemblies, or should they be revitalized by reforming the ones that already exist? And another question is, how can elections be protected in an era of climate disruption? And what types of international cooperation are needed to really safeguard democratic processes? So those are just to name a few, but I believe we're nearing time, so I'll move on to the Western Balkans Conference. Next slide, please. So here we have the factors that were also identified by participants: climate-related pressures, strength of civil society, external influence, including the role of the EU, so geopolitics more broadly, the role of political elites, economic and demographic trends, and transparency and accountability of public institutions. Next slide, please. So in this scenario, by 2040, the Western Balkans have translated EU alignment into institutions that function in practice and not just on paper, or through box-ticking exercises. Elections in this scenario are considered credibly administered, parliaments exercise real oversight, and courts have now become increasingly impartial. And reform is driven not by this symbolic compliance, but by domestic accountability, and these heightened public expectations of integrity. We also see a generational shift in leadership that really reinforces this change. Leaders are shaped by various civic mobilizations that really prioritize public service delivery over patronage. And they use the EU conditionality and regional cooperation as practical governance tools to curb things like corruption or strengthen regulatory bodies, and basically normalize cross-border problem solving. In this scenario, we also see democratic consolidation delivers really visible outcomes. So, the media and civil society are now considered more independent, sustained by public participation. Innovation-led growth narrows the gap with other EU countries' living standards, and environmental policy moves from rhetoric to implementation. We also see the region in this scenario experience brain gain, with skilled professionals returning with capital and expertise, making democracy in the Western Balkans more resilient and more productive. And it's again worth just pausing here to draw a comparison with the South Asia Conference, where brain gain, or otherwise referred to as brain drain, the reverse of brain drain, emerged as a very powerful theme. And on a broader level, this of course raises important questions about how national policies might incentivize return migration through various educational and economic infrastructures. But more broadly, this scenario highlighted how the region's future remains shaped by geopolitics, where this idea of EU principled support could potentially help the region turn into a democratic success story. But I just want to add a word of caution here that In the report, as I mentioned, there are other scenarios. And in particular, there is one scenario which outlines a path where, the success is not determined by EU alignment alone. It's one in which democratic renewal and accountability is also, or can be, driven up from the bottom up through citizens, civil society, and grassroots mobilizations. But I think we can go to the next slide now. But these are just a few concluding reflections now. But so what do we make of these imagined futures? Naturally, these exercises led to a lot of questions for the groups, and many of these are detailed in the reports. But the more important than the questions is really these underlying shared underlying themes, which we believe need to be better integrated into democracy research and policy formulation going forward. Some of these include, accounting for the central role of youth, public responses to environmental change, natural resource governance, and digital inclusion, as well as focusing on the everyday relevance of different regional institutions. And to end with, I guess ultimately these imagined futures that we've focused on, they offer just a very quick glimpse of how strategic foresight can help us think differently about the future of democracy, and in turn how we might strengthen democracy's resilience today. But if you'd like to explore the findings further, the full reports are available on our website and via the QR codes on the screen. And with that, I would just like to thank you very much for your time, and I will now hand it over to our next speaker.
Mr. Michael, for sharing your understanding of how democracy has delivered in different aspects that directly affect the civic life. May I now call upon our next speaker for today, Dr. Joseph, who will be presenting on democracy for peaceful coexistence amidst diversity. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today. Before I came to, we made final decision to come here. I faced some health issues around 2 weeks, so my voice, my body may not be too strong. I hope you understand this. Today I'm going to present democracy amidst diversity, some case studies, how democracies manage diversity from some sort view of global evidence from 11 case studies. First of all, I would like to I think we all will be aware regarding these things, so I should not spend much time to define what is democracy. It comes from the Greek word kratos, demos. That means when we talk about democracy, it is a system of government where power is vested in the people and who exercise it either directly or through elected representative. Then when we talk about democracy, we all know that it is built on political equality, majority rule, protection of individual rights without discrimination. Understanding diversity in democracy, when we talk about this thing, first, coexistence. peaceful living together under a single political unit, a single under a democratic system within a single political unit. People belong to different social, ethnic, linguistic groups. Then equal representation, identical rights, political presence regardless of their backgrounds, and conflict management. Under democratic system, it manages social differences peacefully rather than suppressing them. I will also say about challenges to democracy, potential for conflict, unmanaged social divisions, escalate into political instability or civil unrest, and exclusionary politics, risk of majoritarianism where the dominant group suppresses minority rights. Case studies at a glance around 11 countries. I'll present a short view of 11 countries, short overview of 11 countries. First, India. As we all know, around 1.4 billion people, 24 official languages, and major religions, hundreds of tribes and castes. But the Indian democratic system successfully, we can say that in spite of the challenges, it can manage our diversity. And some scholars say that diversity in unity, this is one of the strongest pillars in Indian democracy. If we look at the Constitution, Article 29 and 30, it protects educational rights of minority. Article 15, it bans discrimination. Then under fundamental rights, we have enjoyed the freedom of religion. And constitutional approach. When we talk about this thing, reservation system has been made for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes people, and 3-language formula, regional language, Hindi and English, to bridge communication without removing local identity. This is what we have seen in Indian democracy. There are other many good points, but I have only around 10 minutes, so as I told you, I should have a short presentation, a short overview presentation. Case study to Switzerland. When we look Switzerland, its diversity, when we talk about Switzerland, its diversity is based on linguistic groups, German, French, Italian, Romance, 4 linguistic groups. So it manages the democratic system in Switzerland, manages its diversity through direct democracy in the form of direct democracy. And one of the key mechanisms is referendum. Under this referendum, citizens can challenge any law passed by the parliament through a public vote. Power sharing, the executive, like maybe Central Council of Ministers. The executive in Switzerland is also known as Federal Council, having 7 members, represent and chosen from major political parties and linguistic reasons. And every decision has been made by consensus. Decentralization method, around 26 cantons, now they are having massive powers over education, policing, and taxes, keeping decision at local level. South Africa. South Africa, the Rainbow Nation, it is also known as Rainbow Nation transition. One of the key mechanisms is constitutional supremacy. 1996 Constitution of South Africa, it is the highest law. It includes social and economic rights to address historical imbalances. Independent institution, Chapter 9 bodies or Chapter 9 institution, Public Protector, Human Rights Commission, they are acting as watchdog to protect the rights of the people as well as to prevent the abuse of power by majority party. Inclusive symbol, 11 official languages and multicolor flag suffers a psychological rebranding of the nation. And its election management body used proportional representation, multilingual materials to aware the voters, and an electoral code of conduct banning the hate speech. Belgium, case study 4. Belgium has separate autonomous parliaments for 3 linguistic communities, Flemish, French, German, and 3 geographic regions. The linguistic communities oversee the language-related matters and education, culture, and so on. Then the three regions: Flanders, Wallonia, Brussels, capital, overseas territory, base matters, economy, infrastructure. Parity in government. The Belgian, according to the Article 99 of the Belgian Constitution, equal Dutch-speaking and French-speaking ministers are chosen in the Federal Council of Ministers, in the Federal Cabinet. Alarm bell procedure. As per the Article 54 of the Belgian Constitution, if in Parliament, if a bill is proposed against the interests of one linguistic group, then that 3/4 of that linguistic group in the Parliament can have the power to halt the law threatening their interests. Ghana, coalition democratic. As we all know, Ghana 100+ ethnic groups, but no single ethnic group constitute a dominant majority. So its constitution banned ethnically based, the formation of ethnic-based political party in Ghana compels to focus national level political party rather than sectional political identity. Electoral Commission managed 9 consecutive elections since 1992 with 5 peaceful transfer of presidential power. Biometric voting machine system and judicial dispute channels sustain credibility despite deep ethno-regional fault lines. At the same time, women's representation remains critically low at 14.5% of parliament, and ongoing structural gap and challenges. Rwanda, to manage its diversity amidst under democratic system, to manage its diversity. First, the identification. Ethnic categories removed from public life. Rwandan identity has been promoted over Hutu-Tutsi divide. Reserved seats in parliament. 24 out of 80 chamber seats are reserved for women in Rwanda, making Rwanda first globally in gender representation. Now, around 61% parliament seats are being occupied by the women. 24% seats are reserved. Then the women also won election out of reservation quota. So 61% seats are occupied by the women, and it makes Rwanda first globally in gender representation. Gakaka Code, it processed 1.9 million genocide cases between 2005 to 2012 using community-based restorative justice, and their election management body administered 2020 elections across Rwanda and 70 diaspora countries, and voter turnout exceeded 99%. Botswana, case study 7. As I say, I'm still recovering from my health problem. Uninterrupted, free and peaceful elections since independence in 1966. Independent judiciary and freedom of press we have seen in Botswana. October 2024 has witnessed a historic milestone. The country's long-serving ruling party BDP was voted out of power for the first time since its independence. Dumka Bokas UDC won election peacefully. San Basarwa community faced severe socio-economic marginalization, discrimination. However, its highest court ruled in favor of this San Basarwa community in 2006. Australia, there are 300+ language indigenous population in remote areas, and migrant communities face risk of political exclusion. Australian Electoral Commission deploys compulsory voting, ensuring 99%+ turnout and preferential voting, encouraging consensus. Mobile polling stations reach remote indigenous communities, multilingual voter education campaign to address language barriers. Preferential system pulls candidate towards moderation. Voters rank preference rather than picking one candidate. 9, case study 9 is Brazil. When we look Brazil, we have also seen multidimensional diversity. Diversity in terms of ethnic, geography, socioeconomic, including indigenous communities in Amazon riverine areas. However, under Brazil democratic system, mobile biometric registration units deployed to remote and indigenous areas, standalone EVMs with audio interfaces for visually impaired, Braille-enabled keypads, and priority voting for elderly and disabled persons eliminate physical access barriers. Hierarchical electoral code system provides fast dispute solution, real-time result publication, boosts transparency. Case study 10, Indonesia. As we all know, Indonesia, there are more than 17,000 islands, more than 1,300 plus ethnic groups. However, to manage its diversity, under Indonesian democratic system, national party verification law requires strictly prohibited to form political party based on maybe one ethnic group. So national party verification law requires political party must prove it maintains in 100% of provinces of Indonesia, 75% of regencies, 50% of sub-district, forcing cross-ethnic platforms to discourage ethnically based political party, because which could hamper its unity. Asymmetric decentralization. At the same time, for Aceh, I'm not sure my pronunciation is right or wrong, so I hope you will excuse. Aceh, in some dictionary it is written Aceh, in some dictionary it is written in Aceh. I don't know right or wrong. Aceh, only local political parties are allowed in Aceh region for Aceh community, due to a very reasonable decision made by the Indonesian democratic system to accommodate sensitive regional identity, however, without opening a general precedent. So local level political party is only allowed only in Aceh. Case 11, Canada. We know this is advanced country, but they also face diversity. We have also seen diversity in terms of English, French duality, indigenous rights, and immigration-driven diversity. So election management body Canada reports directly to Parliament, fully insulated from executive control. Continuous voter registry maintained using 40+ data resources, multilingual outreach for immigrant and indigenous communities, proactive cyber threat monitoring, and foreign interference detection system are now central to electoral integrity. And this is overview, so I should not mention one by one. Cross-cutting generalization, I'd like to take out just one point. Institutional design. Countries with independent, constitutionally protected, with more freedom election management body consistently show lower electoral violence and higher public trust than countries with country with electoral management body do not have independence and autonomy. So a country with more independent, constitutionally protected election management bodies, they have consistently showed the lower electoral violence and higher public trust than other countries. Last but not the least, diversity does not threaten democracy. Poor management or unmanaged social difference or unmanaged exclusion does. So these 11 cases span continents, conflict histories, and institutional designs, yet share one lesson. Efficient election management body widen access, stay institutionally neutral, adapt to local social realities, and resolve dispute credibility. From Switzerland's consensual federal council to Indonesia's national party rules to Brazil's mobile electronic voting machines. So they applied different forms, different system, but with the principle is the same. So peaceful coexistence requires that every vote counts and every voter feels counted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your detailed presentation on democracy, how democracy has ensured peaceful coexistence by citing examples across the globe. In continuation of this, may I now call upon Professor Rahul Tripathi from University of Goa to speak on how democracy continues to contribute for the empowerment of the marginalized sections of society. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Lochana. Our respected Director General, sir. Dear friends from IIIDEM, thematic groups from other states, let me place on record first and foremost my thanks for having this physical meeting here as part of the symposium. We had been meeting online for a fairly long period of time, but then the intensity and the passion that comes when one-to-one interaction is there, that is immense. To the credit of IIIDEM, they have been guiding this endeavor right from the beginning, and DG sir has been acting like the head of the family. With this interaction, I think there will be a greater coherence to the work that will be shaped up. I'm also very thankful to my previous speaker, Dr. Joseph. When he was speaking, I felt it was almost like one of my team members who was speaking, because you touched upon a number of questions pertaining to the inclusion part, which is actually the theme. And that also implies that there is an interlinkage that cuts across the themes. So why this kind of an interaction becomes all the more important. So my presentation is not as organized as Dr. Joseph's, but we have made an attempt to basically frame the work that we are doing, a bit on where we have reached and where we are likely to go ahead. How do I move to the next slide? Okay. Okay. So this is the broad outline that we have, where we first deal a bit about the general context and the emerging trends as far as democracy worldwide is concerned and how we look at questions of inclusion. We then give a broad overview of the thematic work that we are doing. We then look at some of the institutional practices and comparative experiences. And this we do by looking at three parameters. We look at the approaches which have been put in by electoral monitoring bodies. We look at some of the innovative practices, and we look at certain comparisons across. Just to set the context, because our group deals with the democracy as the global theme. By its very nature, true democracy includes the essence of inclusivity, wherein all sections of the society should find representation, voice, and participation. So for us, representation, having a voice, and participation are the key markers which define an inclusive democracy. So a democracy which fosters inclusion must have a special place for the most marginal sections of the society. Until unless the most marginal and the excluded find a voice, democracy would not really have the true meaning. And it could be on account of social, cultural, ethnic, or the political position that people take. Democratic inclusion has to be formal by way of legal institutional arrangements that are ideal in the framing of rules and regulations, but also it has to be substantive the spirit of inclusion has to reflect in the day-to-day practices that we have in a democratic framework. So as part of our work, therefore, we have tried to capture the essence of inclusive democracy by keeping the marginalized as the reference point. So what is the global context of democracy that we talk of, and where does inclusion fit in there? We do agree that there is a lot of debate and discussion going on in the world today about democratic backsliding, the trend towards democracy is becoming authoritarian, less inclusive, and less tolerant. But then at the same time, we would like to point out that if democracy is seen as being problematic in certain ways, democracy also is part of the solution. It's democracy indeed which offers hope for peaceful transition, conflict resolution, accommodation of diverse interests. And that is why all the more reason for deepening of democracy across all contexts. We would like to assert that the biggest strength of any democracy is its inclusive dimension, implying that the democracy should not exclude or alienate any sections of the society. The macro dimensions of democracy that we usually talk about, constitution of a particular country, regular elections, are important, but the micro dimensions, the lived experiences, the day-to-day experiences that a common citizen faces while engaging with the state and society also are equally important. So there has to be an intersection between the macro dimension and the micro dimension. So our thematic work therefore underscores the need for inclusion and its empowerment as central to the democratic process, and we look at the role of EMBs in this regard as being central to this. So what was the mandate that we had? Our group has been tasked with the theme of democracy for the empowerment of the marginalized sections of the society. So in that we broadly followed a two-pronged approach so that we could develop an appropriate framework. First level was trying to understand what is democracy, the definitions, the interpretations, the manifestations, as we could make out that, democracy can be defined in a variety of ways. So how to frame it in a manner where inclusive principles become key. The other also was about understanding and explaining marginal and marginalization. So we tried to do this by looking at and mapping and identify global case studies where some of the best examples of empowerment, both through democratic processes and electoral processes, have been used. So as was the mandate, we began with a comprehensive survey of literature where we looked at the available books, reports, articles which have been in this area. We noted that while the data which is available online on the websites, on electoral monitoring bodies, or the organizations which create these democratic frameworks, bring out their annual reports, that data is updated. Much of the data which is available in secondary sources like books and journals, that needs to be updated. We actually had a division of labor among us by looking at specific regions, into Americas, Asia, Europe, and Africa, because that helped in accomplishing the targets in a rather quicker format. We wanted to point out three very important sources that we have come across, and they also would be useful to other teams which are working in this area unless they already are aware of it. One was a particular work by Jenry Headstrom and Julian Smith on overcoming political exclusion, strategies for marginalized groups, which was actually part of an international IIDEA document on 2013. This study had 38 case studies from the Global South. As part of our work, we looked at some of these case studies and we wanted to update this furthermore and add the countries that we have analyzed. So as of now, we have looked at 50 countries as case studies. And then there was a special issue of policy studies with focus on building inclusive voting practices edited by Toby James and Holly Garnett, which contained some very interesting research papers on the theme of inclusive voting practices. The IDEA Inclusion Portal also is a very useful document, which provides a kind of a one-stop shop for a number of markers that can be used to explain what the national level legislations are, what the policies have been, what has been the kind of discourse that had gone around as far as inclusive practices are concerned. We also are able to identify more than 100 countries in terms of what these markers are. Only thing I would request IIIDEM, now that we have this very important role with IDEA, is that the map of India is not correctly represented on their website. So if that could be corrected and properly put, that would be most ideal. Some of the institutional practices and comparative experiences that have been there. These are just some examples which I thought I would highlight. Community-based registration drive in Brazil and South Africa, where examples of engaging local communities and leaders to organize voter registration in marginalized areas has been there. Indigenous language drive in Mexico. Their National Electoral Institute deployed electoral registration module with officers fluent in various indigenous languages, and they produced a lot of audio-visual registration guide in over 30 indigenous languages. The case of mobile polling stations, which is now increasingly becoming the norm. Now, we came across a number of case studies in Canada, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Malawi, and so many other countries. The case of Australia was mentioned by the previous speaker as well. The mobile phone teams which travel to remote areas addressing various indigenous communities, hospitals, and prisons. On the issue of political representation of the marginalized, more than 30 countries worldwide, they reserve seats in the national parliament for representatives of the minority groups. We had the case of Maoris in New Zealand. Pakistan has seats which are reserved for non-Muslims, which are filled through party lists. Different forms of ethnic quotas are provided in various countries of Asia Pacific, and the list of countries is included here. So as of now, as part of our work, we have narrowed down on around 50 global examples, bordering on the following marginal categories: disabled and elderly, women, tribal and indigenous people, minorities. And we are now at present making an attempt to see if the gathered evidence can be fitted into some structured case models, which can become applicable as globally recognized best practice. To conclude, as I said, despite all the contestations that go around with regard to democracy, we do believe that democracy remains the most viable option for the marginal and the excluded sections of the society. Credible and effective democratic transition, aided by robust electoral monitoring bodies, are the best guarantee to reinforce faith in democracy, in the common man. Inclusivity and empowerment are the two most important instruments which have to be factored in all kinds of democratic engagements. And we do recognize that the electoral monitoring bodies across are to be seen as the most vital cogs in this process of democratic empowerment, and comparative experiences across best practices therefore need to be studied together to create effective frameworks. So this is where we are at the moment, and with the learning and sharing that will take place as part of this gathering, our local resource persons, the IDEA team, we do hope to make very significant gains. So thank you again for this opportunity. Look forward to interactions.
Thank you, sir, for providing your understanding how democracy has delivered in terms of empowerment of the marginalized sections, and also sharing your insights from the research that you have done on this theme so far. May I now call upon our next academic expert, Dr. Dipakshi Das, to speak on democracy for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, Dipakshi ma'am will be joining us online.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope I am audible to everyone. Respected chairs, esteemed co-panelists, distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to everyone. Today, I'll be speaking on democracy for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. Already, my esteemed co-panelists have already spoken much on democracy and other related aspects. However, I'll be speaking on the economic aspects of democracy. So we all know that in the current era, democracy is considered an ideal scenario, be it governance with democratic leadership or participation of people in decision-making process to entrepreneurship where co-determination of enterprises exists. Now, while talking about entrepreneurship, I would like to underscore the importance of social entrepreneurship also, though I have not mentioned in my slide, but nowadays, or in modern times, social entrepreneurship is also equally important as entrepreneurship because it tries to achieve the objective of inclusive economic growth, especially in developing countries like India. For example, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. That means employment opportunity or entrepreneurship should not only be restricted to creation of self-employment, rather than should provide opportunities for creating employment opportunities for others. And nowadays, there are many non-profit making organizations or social enterprises who have done very commendable work in creating or generating employment opportunities in the form of providing entrepreneurship, especially for the marginalized section of people in the society. And that seems to be more meaningful than many of the multitudes of social welfare schemes, which have become quite ubiquitous in many developing countries nowadays. So coming to my topic, democracy. So the idea of democratization, it should not be inflated in the sense that every small steps towards co-decision making are considered as democratic progress. Hence today, through this presentation, I would like to highlight or examine a critical relationship which is often overlooked in economic circles. That is the symbiotic link between democracy and entrepreneurship. Now, while many people view democracy simply as a governance structure, today I want to frame it as a strategic economic aspect. If we go back to history, we find that historical evidences like that of National Socialism and post-American Civil War are not less to show us that democracy and entrepreneurship, they share a common foundation through freedom of thought, opportunity, and autonomous action. So in this manner, we can say that when people are very much free to think, they think and choose, then entrepreneurship thrives. And when entrepreneurship thrives, it reinforces the political and personal freedom necessary to sustain democracy. Now, before highlighting how democracy is relevant for an economy to go for entrepreneurship or to make entrepreneurial growth, let us try to understand how entrepreneurship acts as a catalyst for democracy. So entrepreneurs or true entrepreneurs are
Professor
actually
Dipakshi,
the one.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. We are not able to follow the slides. Are you changing them from your end?
Yes, I am changing. It is third slide is being shown.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Can it also be in slideshow mode?
All right. Is it in slideshow mode now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I was saying that before speaking about how democracy helps in entrepreneurial growth, let us try to understand the reverse way, that is how entrepreneurship acts as a catalyst for democracy. So true entrepreneurs, they are the one who are in charge of challenging the status quo through innovation by providing consumers a wider choice through constant flow of new products and services. We have seen how mobile phones have evolved over the years. The evolution of smartphones, discovery of AI, and the innovations in the financial market, and even in the and many more other aspects and services, we have seen that these innovations have encouraged consumers to cast economic votes, and in turn it fosters a democratic mindset amongst the consumers by promoting independent decision making and also civic engagement amongst citizens. So in this context, I would like to refer to certain important instances, practical instances, which reflects that building of a strong entrepreneurial ecosystem is quite essential for fostering a resilient democracy. So in the year 2006 in Jordan, the Young Entrepreneurs Association successfully advocated an agenda that aimed at easing the process of starting business by lowering the capital requirement which is needed to start a business. And following the recommendations of YEA, the government adopted an amendment to Companies Law, thereby reducing capital requirement for starting business from a remarkable 30,000 to only 1,000 Jordanian dinar. So this shows that this simple legislative change has brought over 1,800 newly registered MSMEs or micro enterprises within the purview of the formal sector from the informal sector. Because of paucity of time, I'll skip certain instances. I'll come to Bangladesh. So Bangladesh offers marginalized inclusion. So in Bangladesh, BWCCI, known as the Bangladesh Women's Chambers of Commerce, they advocated for reforms that moved beyond simply training of women entrepreneurs to engaging them in policy advocacy. So in March 2009, BWCCI launched the first Women's National Business Agenda, wherein board members were nominated to the boards of the state-run banks. And this is done so as to increase the focus of women borrowers. And between 2007 and 2015, the proportion of women entrepreneurs receiving bank loans jumped from 19% to an impressive 50%. And now today, 65% of countries' banks have dedicated desks only for women borrowers. So coming to the case of Nepal, so in Nepal, there is Samriddhi Foundations, and they have a school known as Arthalaya School of Economics and Entrepreneurship. So they are the program is such that they have educated over 400 students on market policies, and the graduates of such schools haven't just only started businesses, but they have also created 20 entrepreneurship clubs and engaged directly in national policy making agenda. So these are some of the instances which shows us that a competitive entrepreneurial ecosystem is quite essential for building a resilient democracy. It creates a citizenry that fundamentally values independence, innovation, and most importantly, the rule of law. Now, for depicting democracy as a strategic economic asset, I would like to refer to the year 2024. And this year is titled as the Global Super Cycle Election Year because in this year, there is a historic milestone on the global stage wherein a record-breaking 1.6 million people, representing almost half of the population, they have casted their votes across 74 national elections in 62 different countries. Now, again, here I would like to say that, since democracy if we speak about democracy, which is far more than just act of voting, but one cannot ignore the relevance of election, because there can be no democracy without election. And if people lose trust in elections, then it is very hard to retain or regain the trust of the people in other aspects of democracy. So elections are most visible in democratic life, and they are fundamental mechanism for citizen empowerment, because they are transparent, stable, accountable, and inclusive democratic institutions lower the risk of global investors and provide stability, which is much required for long-term enterprise development. Now, again, I would like to go back to history to show that democratic transitions fuel entrepreneurship. If we look at South Africa's transition in 1994, the shift to democracy, it removed legal barriers that had prevented the Black South Africans from owning businesses or land. So this created a generation of entrepreneurs focused only on communal wealth and legacy building. And following this, there was a 91% increase in registered small, medium, and micro enterprises compared to the apartheid era. Again, similarly, evidence following the post-communist shift in Eastern Europe depicts that following the collapse of the communist regimes, Eastern Europe witnessed rapid economic improvements through the establishment of democratic institutions. And this transition has brought about certain critical economic freedom in the form of trade liberalization, stable monetary regimes, and lower taxes, and also deregulation. So we can say that such environment fostered rapid growth of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, and also have attracted much needed foreign direct investment to modernize infrastructure. So we can say that the trust in election is the bedrock of entire system. Ultimately, a healthy democracy creates the level playing field where entrepreneurship can thrive and drive a nation's economic future. So I have said much about democracy. So at this point of time, a question might be lingering in the mind of the audience that if democracy is so much important for entrepreneurship to thrive, then why it is so that there are many such instances where entrepreneurship is prospering under state-led authoritarian regimes also. So this brings us to the next slide, that is entrepreneurship under authoritarian regimes. So I must address some of the very important counter examples, say China, Singapore, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. So these are the nations which have achieved very high standards of living and rapid growth using a state-led or authoritarian capitalist model. So in this system, economic prosperity does not necessarily correlate with democratization. They have proved that, or these regimes have proved that, even top-down initiatives too can successfully stimulate sectors like tourism, technology, even with limited political openness. However, I would also like to bring up certain important studies which have brought about the fact that growth under such regimes comes with a specific string attached. In these economies, access to finance, contracts, and investment is often predicated on political loyalty rather than just merit. So the governance priority isn't only maximizing societal benefit, but rather the regime's desire to retain power. So consequently, entrepreneurs in this system, or under this system, they practice what is called as value resilience balancing. That means they try to stay within strict operational boundaries, and they try to align themselves with government narratives simply to survive. So studies have also shown that business initiatives under such regimes are often designed primarily to gain favor with state officials. So now this leads us to another question, that how innovation happens under such regimes. So for this, I would again like to go back to democracy and highlight that under democracy, the rule of law allows innovative outsiders to challenge established firms, a process known as creative destruction in economics. But whereas under autocratic system, creative Creative destruction is often inhibited because it threatens the political status quo, and innovation is permitted only in case of state-approved technological sandboxes, which means that entrepreneurs, they are forced to focus on political alignment rather than on innovative efficiency. So it might be tempting for the businessman or for the businesses to deal with authoritarian rulers for quick growth, but it also creates a long-term risk. That is the risk of erosion of autonomy for everyone. This is where the UN's Global Compact's Business for Peace agenda becomes very relevant, because it emphasizes that businesses should not only be concerned with profit making, but also businesses should be able to promote peace and liability in an economy. So we can say that democracy and authoritarianism, they offer two different paths. Authoritarian regimes may offer a fast lane for short-term growth by restricting freedom only to a loyal entrepreneurial class, whereas in case of democracy, it fosters stable long-term growth by being very inclusive, encouraging the free exchange of ideas and protecting the rule of law, and allowing everyone, regardless of political standing, to innovate and also to compete fairly. So by now, from my presentation, it is quite clear that for entrepreneurship to thrive in a sustained manner, democratic institutions should be strong. And in this sense, independent judiciaries and free press, it act as a key pillars of democracy. So for an entrepreneur to take a long-term risk, they need a very predictable environment. And this is where the independent judiciaries plays a very important role. An independent court system, it ensures an open access order where laws are enforced impartially. And also a fair and efficient judiciary is a critical factor for ease of doing business and also attracting foreign direct investment. But in case of India, while India is a very vibrant democracy, its judicial system is currently acts as a significant bottleneck for its ease of doing business, because in 2023 India saw a staggering 43% drop in FDI, and studies have shown that a major factor contributing to this drop in FDI was because of judicial inefficiency, specifically the 1445-day average required to solve a commercial dispute. Moreover, India also ranked 163rd in contract enforcement due to complex and overlapping regulations. And moreover, there are also physical and human resource limits, such as India currently has only 21 judges per million people, and this is quite below the recommended level, which should be 50 to 70. And again, there is a backlog of 50 million cases, and as such, the system is under unprecedented strain. So, but if we look at the global landscapes, for example, in case of Singapore's top ranking in ease of doing business is directly related to its pro-business efficient judiciary. In the US, the UAE also, they utilize specialized commercial courts and arbitration-friendly laws. Hence, for democracy to catalyze entrepreneurship, the judicial pillar must not only be independent in theory, but also it should be efficient in practice. The second pillar, as I have said, is a free press. And the data from the Electoral Integrity Project shows that across the countries, the greatest problems in the 2024 election were related to media or free press and the role of money in election. If we speak about media, we can say that transparency is the enemy of corruption, and a free media can act as a check on the abuse of power, and it can also reduce information asymmetry. Studies have shown that countries with greater press freedom have significantly lower incidences of bribery, and it creates a level playing field where only merit and not political connections determines success. Have I run out of time?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Can we request you to kindly wrap up because we have another presentation pending?
Yes, I'll be wrapping up in, give me a few minutes. So, here I have shown a global innovation map. So, in this global innovation map, this is the current 2026 landscape, and here we see a fascinating trend. And India and US with decent democracy scores lead in venture capital and unicorn production, that is startup production. And one important thing to highlight here is that in 2026, India has officially overtaken Japan in nominal GDP, and its startup ecosystem, led by Bangalore, thrives on democratic, legal, public infrastructure model that allows small enterprises to access market that were previously the domain of monopolies. So, I have given best practices where I have shown the case of Australia, Brazil, which is mostly shown by esteemed co-panel members. They have already highlighted. However, at the end, I would like to say that the key takeaways is that democracy is an asset because it lowers the risk of global investors and institution matter. And of course, inclusion is quite important, and digital infrastructure, that is modern democracies, must provide digital platform to break monopolies as seen in case of India. So the path forward is quite clear here. To foster a resilient democracy, we must build a strong, competitive and entrepreneurial ecosystem. When we empower citizens to be independent, resourceful and accountable, we aren't just building businesses, we are also securing the future of the democratic world. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have our last presentation for this session. May I now call upon Professor Sandhya Iyer to deliver her talk on democracy for accelerating sustainable development goals. Welcome, ma'am. Ma'am will be joining us online.
Everyone, and I think it's been a very interesting and rich discussion on various facets of democracy. And though I may be, and I'm extremely happy that IIDES and IIIDEM India is doing this very important discussion. And since much of it has already been covered by all our speakers, and it's been incredible in terms of scholarship, I would like to straight away take our conversation to the focus of what we are doing with regards to the trying to look at the democracy for accelerating SDGs. And the idea with which we are trying to emphasize is that, as much of our speakers have spoken, that there is a good volume of theorization. There is also several good, brilliant case studies that several countries are providing for us. How do we really align itself in terms of looking at the progress made in SDGs? Is it making it more rigid? Do democratic processes making it more challenging, or does it provide an adaptable context for countries to move further? And more critically, what is the role of legal traditions, administrative systems, and the socio-economic conditions that are prevailing in an economy? Because SDG by itself is a very complex framework which expects many more interlinkages. We are talking about how there can be a trade-off between one goal vis-a-vis the other. So how are the countries really taken further? And therefore, when you look at it, we are talking about whether the strengthening of democracy as processes vis-a-vis those of SDGs can enable us achieve inclusive and equitable growth. Also, is my audio reaching you, ma'am? Am I coming fine? Can I continue? Is my audio reaching, ma'am?
Ma'am, yes,
Yeah?
a little bit. Yeah, if there's any disturbance in the background,
not at my end, ma'am. I was just getting some sound, so I thought maybe my voice is not reaching. I could hear some other background sound as well from that side. Yeah. Of course, without repeating too many issues, we are talking about how do we optimize public resources, how do we uphold constitutional and legal obligations, and among others, how do we foster a process of transformation which is expected out of SDGs after 2030. And I think India plays a very crucial role in bringing back this value of development, not only of whether we are talking about, and the very interesting part of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. I think that's essentially the backbone of what SDGs needs to also achieve, whether we are able to leave no one behind and how do we really engage with it. It is against this backdrop that we felt like looking at some of the classical literature, what are the methodologies, what are the frameworks available. And I think several scholars in the morning have already spoken about it, but I would still want to take us back to the schools of thought and how, when we look at the data, there is a visible difference between various types of democracy that have emerged. Also, what are the levels at which and stages of democracy each country is moving towards. So looking at the way Weber has mentioned, we are talking about rational legal authority, which rests on predictable rules. We are talking about transparent procedures. And that's what came even in the first presentation, that when procedures and rules, a rule of laws are established, the institutional credibility is achieved. So looking at democracy, not just as one single component of one arm, but also looking at the larger aggregate on how the political structure of an economy is getting shaped. Similarly, elections alone are not insufficient, but legitimacy also depends on horizontal accountability and horizontal administrative capacity, which also means we need to talk about an alignment of executive, judiciary, and the legislative structures that are prevailing in a region. What is very interesting is when we talk about embedding frameworks, embedding autonomy into the processes. And in the most recent times, we are talking about ease of doing business. We are talking about frameworks that would enable transformation in a much more seamless manner. We are talking about a combined understanding of professional bureaucracies combined with social accountability. So that's essentially what we need to understand, that public trust will grow only when institutions are fair, impartial, reliable, and procedurally just. Now, this is where our schools of thought have given us very important guiding principles and values of democracy. And so EMB legitimacy now depends on fairness, transparency, efficiency, impartiality. And therefore, the very fulcrum of democracy not only rests on EMB, and I agree with the previous speakers too on this, we also need to understand how is it really shaping the idea of state and what sorts of states are being coming in. What becomes very important is that when we take one step further over here, one is about talking about what are the critical minimums of democracy that need to be achieved. The other side, if you look at the work by Letwish and Khan and Acemoglu, Robinson and others, we are talking about the capacity matters, state capacity matters. Development depends not only on good policies, but also the state's ability to enforce rules, coordinate actors, and sustain credible commitments over time. In fact, in the last 22 years that I've been working on public policy, we have always heard sentences that we have some of the best policies, but implementation fails. We have heard about factors that corruption mars a lot of other aspects of development. So we need to remind ourselves that the process of democracy needs to be enabling, but at the same time also tries to address with it a whole range of other contradictions that may appear. Inclusive institutions drive equitable development. And this is where I think what developing country literature becomes very interesting to, contribute to the question of democracy. We are not just talking about equality of opportunities, we are talking about equitable opportunities, which essentially means we need to recognize that societies could classically be unequal. There can be vast variations, and that this heterogeneity and these inequalities or inequities, as we may call, also need to be kept together when we are discussing inclusivity and accountability in systems. Likewise, I think India has been pioneering in the question of representation and through its various legislative structures. and has been working tirelessly in its constitutional reforms to bring this around. When we are talking about representation, we are talking about how electoral systems that enable women's participation, minority representation, inclusion of marginalized groups certainly improves democracy, distributive and collective capacities. And that's essentially where we need to remind ourselves. Most countries are experiencing growing inequalities and also experiencing radical uncertainties in development. And therefore, if I need to have a strong democratic structure, the process of participation needs to become much more representative about all kinds of categories of pluralities. And elections are public institutions, not a one-time event. So electoral processes should be understood as a continuous process where public services requiring service delivery, organizational learning, and institutional resilience becomes important. And this is where I will be demonstrating through my data analysis also that in the contemporary times, in the 21st century, all these factors that I've been just talking about have become extremely dynamic in nature. If they were working effectively well at one stage, there has also been a receding point in some of the variables, and therefore the overall, the nature in which they're contributing to democracy has fallen out. It is not about democracy receding back, and this is where I would like to make a very strong statement. Democracy has remained fairly strong, but there are certain parameters that seem to be receding backwards, and that's contributing to the contradiction of development. So as development researchers, as social scientists, we need to be very careful about the terminologies that we are working on. And the core implication of this essentially means that effective electoral administration supports development by reducing political risk, stabilizing governance cycles, and sustaining inclusive institutional development. What becomes very interesting is, and since I work extensively in the question of democracy and inequalities and human developmental issues, I wanted to see whether there's any kind of linkage that I can somehow demonstrate through my data analysis about whether rising inequalities are linking itself, are in some way associated with erosion of democracy. And as I mentioned, there are several components to it. Okay, so on the one hand, countries which have experienced extremely high rising, this is a 2025 paper, very, very fascinating in terms of its empirical estimations. It has demonstrated that there are countries where inequality has gone up, has increased dramatically. Okay, it has led to social grievances, it has led to weakening of institutional capacity and also reduced trust. As a result of which, we do find factors of rising in exclusion, polarization, fragile democratic norms, weakened accountability, and legitimacy crisis. So if I look at this particular graph that I'm sharing with all of you over here, I can read it from both sides. I can see the causative models that are emerging, and hence we need to be very, very mindful that in contemporary times when we are talking about unrest, violence, and a whole range of other dimensions which are going to derail any kind of social cohesion, inequality cannot be ignored. This is the first critical point I wanted to emphasize. The second part, of course, is that what do we really do first? Does it mean countries need to align themselves to democracy to achieve development? Or as a country progresses, democracy will get sustained? Now, there is no direct answer. Okay, evidence is not very clear. In fact, the evidence is very, very interesting because there are various types of assessments that have been done, be it from the times of Douglas North, Ace Moglu and Robinson, Schumpeter, where they are talking about minimalist conception of democracy, or we look at the new institutional perspective. So there are a range of things that are coming out very sharply. Given the paucity of time, I would just like to flag three very clear points over here. Inclusive political institutions do shape long-run developmental trajectories. Okay, we need to talk about competitive elections and leadership choices, but most important, the quality of electoral administration matters. Okay, overall, when I look at it, accountability, when elections are conducted, when democracy is achieved through the process of people's choices, people's voices, okay, and that's where the historical movement of people's struggles takes place. We are talking about a very important understanding that we are having a strong social contract between the state and society. And that's the most important reality of accountability that needs to be achieved to ensure inclusive institutions. The reality is getting much more interesting in the 21st century as we are getting into more complex debates on development. And it's not just about enhancing GDP for growth rate. It is not just about achieving one parameter, but we are essentially getting into a point where countries are grappling with complex realities. Right from the time of MDG, that is 2000 to 2015, you find that developing countries have been chasing and have been working tirelessly to cut down their deprivations. And you find that at one point, income poverty has come down, food security is receding quite well, but we are still struggling with problems of gender inequality. And if you look at the most recent data sets post-pandemic, you find educational outcomes have receded. Now, at this juncture, several countries are challenged with unemployment rate problems, worsening issues with regard to job creation, industrialization, and with the Industrial Revolution 4.0, where artificial intelligence is likely to take away more jobs, employment will become a serious challenge. And in that sense, we need to align and try to find the relationship about what is the role of democracy. What are the things that democracy and democratic processes can do to accelerate SDGs? I don't want to talk it around the other way. We can't assume that individual sectors and indicators will contribute. Yes, they will. But the fundamental idea is the political autonomy of regions and the rights and entitlements that its citizens provide. And over here, there's a very interesting study, and several studies in the last 3 or 4 years have contributed extensively in terms of quantitative estimates, particularly by Morse and Castle in 2025. They have used large sample studies of 120 to 170 countries who have consistently shown that democracy and governance qualities are statistically significant predictors of SDG performance. For example, a 163 country regression study found that democratic status plus government effectiveness significantly improves SDG achievements. Similarly, governance variables such as rule of law, accountability also explains the variation in SDG 16 and the spillover to others. So what we need to understand that while SDGs are 17 goals, there are several sub-indicators and which countries can really work very hard upon to make it relevant in such a way that the positive contributions to other SDGs can be achieved. And thus, what we need to remind ourselves is that democracy operates as a meta-institutional variable that simultaneously influences multiple SDG domains. So what are the kind of principles that are available in the democratic arena? Since there have been very good papers that have already articulated what do we mean by democracy, it was from that perspective that I've kept that aside, but we are going to be talking about it in the paper. And similarly, you have a paper by Glass and Ickwik in 2019, which has presented it as a mechanism that democracy solves collective action problems. Okay, and the empirical literature shows that democracy improves access to public provisioning, it ensures social inclusion, and also enables contributing to environmental governance. I think in an era of climate change, we are talking about vulnerabilities of energy security. We are talking a lot about what is the role of communities in arriving at localization solutions. I think it's very interesting to see how we can improve this localization by strictly working on the principles of democracy. And these are core channels for SDGs on poverty, inequality, and climate. And what the study concludes is that democratic institutions reduce coordination failures in sustainable development. And that's exactly what the neoliberal paradigm has stifled in the developing countries. We need to understand that democratic there are vast coordination failures in the developing world because the governance capabilities have not been uniform, and similarly the nature of institutions have also been fairly weak. In that sense, when I look at it, we have to keep 2 or 3 very critical issues in mind when we are talking about methodologies. How do we do this? Okay. Once we know what are we doing, how are we doing becomes crucial. On the one hand, democracy is extremely complex. There are various sub-constituents that need to be kept together. there are several aspects that need to be addressed. On the other hand, SDGs too are extremely heterogeneous in nature, and the effects can vary across SDGs. For instance, if you look at the literature, the strongest impact of SDG 16 on strengthening institutions, SDG 5 on achieving gender equality, or SDG 10 in addressing inequality is very clearly visible. And we need to understand that these changes that we may achieve by 2030 will essentially provide a much more sustainable transformation for India. Even as we talk about Viksit Bharat by 2047, there are other countries which are already galloping in some of these indicators. There are mixed impacts on environmental SDGs because it all depends on political incentives. At a time when we are all talking about environmental degradation and energy security, environmental SDGs are weakening when we look at it with regards to democratic processes. So SDG progress, especially gender equality, increases the probability of re-elections by approximately 20 percentage points in democracies. And this is not our estimate. This is what the literature has already shown. So I think we can talk a little more, or Nari Shakti Adhiniyams and others a little more, because they are changing electoral outcomes. There is certainly a positive feedback which is seen between democracy, SDGs, political incentives, which can further contribute to SDG progress. So we need to understand that there is a lot of merit in working on building democracies and trying to address those gaps which are hindering progress. So what did we do for our paper? We essentially try to understand, and we have brought in a huge matrix of indicators, about 80 of them, focusing on the dimensions of democracy. Okay, so you have the World Bank governance indicators that are available to us. We are also looking at several developmental indicators that we capture economic freedom, social freedom, cultural freedom. So on the right-hand side, you will find over here the dimensions of democracy that become very crucial. Rather than seeing democracy purely as a political outcome, we need to expand it towards real philosophical understanding, that there we need to tackle all sorts of unfreedoms. So inequality, social protection, labor force participation rate, the level of human development index. I think that was mentioned in the paper right now in the morning too. Okay, we are talking about inclusion. We are talking about internet access, female labor force participation rate. We are talking about environmental justice, where we need to focus on renewable energy consumption, access to clean energy, so on and so forth. So these are we need to take away the concept of democracy purely being a captive of political understanding to a more developmental discourse where it starts contributing more stronger in terms of institutional development. So when we look at these parameters and I look at the SDG goals that we have, certainly we have political SDGs that will strengthen political outcomes. You have economic dimensions such as hunger. We have got employment. We are also talking about inequalities once again. We are talking about health, education, and we are talking about gender. So if you look at these, what we did was we took all these parameters and the sub-indicators that are relevant, keeping democracy as the core explanatory variable. Okay, we tried to look at its linkages with SDG 17 as an enabling capacity, the world governance indicators as a governance transmission channel, and SDG 16 as the institutional performance outcome. And it was a very beautiful exercise. And what I'm sharing with you is the preliminary estimates of what we are already getting into. And what becomes interesting is that we are looking at structural models, we are looking at mediation analysis, and also since SDG period, we are completing 12 years as we progress, or you can say as of now, we are in the 11th year. We cut the SDG period to 3 structural points and created a panel effect to see where the results are emerging. So the quantitative is giving us a very good understanding that even the best of the advanced countries are grappling with these changes. So the central empirical analysis focuses on SDG 16, SDG 17, and governance parameters which are contributing to democracy development. We are also seeking to create an index. Of course, let me make a submission. At no point are we contradicting the prevailing indices, but we are trying to see that if the same index had to be broadened to represent the nature of democratic developments in the developing countries, what it would look like, and what is really emerging from it. And we are doing a whole range of tests to see how robust these lags are. There are several data sources that we have looked at. As I mentioned, we are looking at governance indicators of the World Bank, and we have stuck to multilateral databases at this juncture to see to it that the reporting standards are maintained. We are looking at SDG progress through the SDG Developmental Report 2025, World Development Indicators, and also looking at the UNSD databases to provide the estimates. So let me just share a quick estimation of the results that we could compute for about 73 countries for which all
Professor
indicators
Sandhya,
are available.
Professor Sandhya?
Yeah.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Ma'am, I would request you to kindly wrap the presentation in the next...
Can I get about 4 minutes if it's possible?
Sure, ma'am. All right.
Yeah, because I would want to share the evidence, and I understand I'm between the food security of the committee and democracy. So I wouldn't take away food security, but kindly bear with me for about 4 minutes.
All right, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I think some of these estimates is what I wanted the committee and the members to pay their attention to, and the red sentences is what I wanted to flag our mind to. When we looked at all the core indicators that were pulled out, we found that the relationship between democracy and SDGs was significant across 33 variables at 99% significance levels. We also brought in certain structural indicators such as size of the economy, that is the per capita income of the economy, the size of the population, because most papers don't look at demography. Now, how does a large country like India maintain a strong democratic outcome, right? And similarly, they didn't look at inequality and the status of urbanization, what really shapes the democratic outcome. So these structural categories were also introduced into the model, and here we find that most indicators were highly significant between democracy and SDGs, so there is a positive relationship visible. However, the condition is over here. The control of corruption and industrialization or economic progress, significant at 1% level, but the value becomes very, very important for us. It's a negative relationship. That is, as corruption goes up, the pattern of industrialization can come down. So we need to be very careful that democracy, which is not transparent, is likely to derail the process of economic growth through. Similarly, when I look at it in terms of rule of law and population, you find over a period of time, particularly by 2024-25, you find that again there's an inverse relationship. That rule of law in highly dense populated regions is likely to be lesser. So we need to remind ourselves that corruption, rule of law, which are the pillars of democracy, are shaped by the demographic structure, by the economic structure, and the pattern of growth that is taking place. But incidentally, nearly all governance to governance relationships remained highly significant. So implementation can be fantastic, will work well only when we keep in mind the nature and the size of the economy. Likewise, as I mentioned, just give me a few minutes and I'll try to close it up. We are talking about the links between democracy and acceleration. SDG acceleration is not driven only by sectoral progress within economic goals. It is strongly mediated by institutional backbone, and this is where developing countries need to catch up. They need to talk about governance quality, accountability, state capacity, focusing on financing and policy coherence. And this is what we need to remind ourselves. Developing countries are doing a lot with regards to identifying leaderships, identifying political development. Now they need to go further to develop the institutional architecture for themselves if they want to focus on sustained SDGs. And what really happens is most critically, we are all worried about best practices. We are all trying to arrive at stories and cases that have worked. Now, what our quantitative data has shown us is that between 2015 to 2026 itself, those indicators that are having a strong relationship with development have actually come down in terms of significance, and the coefficients have come down. And therefore, income capacity, demographic scale, institutional structure are going to be very, very important, even when we are identifying best practices of democracy. Okay, the what, why, and how becomes important. And in our paper, we are talking about the matrix of analysis, where we are having a whole string of parameters on democracy. We have SDG vectors and independent variables that are being modeled to provide the answer. What we also would like to propose is we need to start developing typologies of democracy. Okay, there can be a region with extremely high income but with low population. There are also regions which are having relatively moderate population who have not really progressed adequately well. They are really doing very well in terms of progress. Similarly, in the upper middle income group also, we have got very discrete stories. So what is very important for all of us to remind is, while the first generation industrialized economies have developed strong institutions to grow, there are various other alternative structures which have come across countries, which we have to keep in mind within the typology of democracy. Democracy is not just about achieving a common homogeneous idea. They are varying sharply. And we are elaborating this in our paper too. And what we are doing in our assessment is that we are going to be covering around 40 countries as cases, trying to capture the stories as to what were the processes that they involved, how did those processes get changed, and how did they adapt themselves for SDGs? How are they really elaborating? So we are looking at Albania, for instance, which has a unitary parliamentary republic, Armenia with a multi-party politics structure, what and how they are really pulling themselves out. How are they arriving at smart city policies? How are they talking about economic governance? Okay. Timor-Leste, which talks about how electoral management bodies and national election commissions, etc., are working together to arrive at, are also contributing to a strong, sustainable food and nutritional security. So we need to start talking about it in sync. As we talk right now, so Japan has just experienced a 7.2 Richter scale magnitude earthquake, and how it is going to really be changing its structure. So though it's a constitutional monarchy, its natural calamities and vulnerabilities continue to be extremely high. So we need to understand these very important aspects of development, and of course acknowledge that it's a very complex intersection between democracy and SDGs, and every country has determined its own pathway very uniquely. So the idea of our paper and our research is to contribute to this debate on what do we mean by democracy, and that how democracy has become so dynamic and SDG is becoming so fragile with every passing year. So how do we address them differently? So in this regard, I will just give two concluding remarks over here. Literature converges on key conclusions. Governance quality is a stronger predictor of SDG performance than income. So we don't have to achieve high per capita incomes to achieve a change. We can start working right away. Democracy enhances development outcomes primarily through accountability mechanisms, and SDG achievement is a coordination problem requiring institutional alignment, and that there are factors such as inequality and population size which need to be kept in mind when we are discussing anything related to acceleration of SDGs and strengthening of democratic processes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative presentation. I'll quickly open the floor for all the online as well as offline participants for a brief question answer session. So for online participants, I would request you to drop your questions in the chat box, and the offline participants can speak, and we'll pass the mic around. Thank you. Yes, Emma ma'am and Michael sir, are you both still a part of the meeting? All right. All right. I think because we have already overshot our time, nevertheless, it was worth listening to all the experts and their reflections on the themes. So with this, I would like to conclude by saying that what stands out is that democracy is not a finished system, from this session, and democracy is a continuous practice. Democracy not only lives in the institutions, but in trust, in participation, and the everyday choices that citizens and leaders make. Today's discussions remind us that democracy must constantly evolve to be more inclusive, to be more responsive, and more resilient in the face of challenges. Its strength does not lie in perfection, but in the ability to listen, adapt, and correct itself. As we move forward, the question is not whether democracy only delivers, but how we ensure that it delivers for everyone consistently and meaningfully. With this, I would like to thank you all for participating. I would like to thank all the experts for taking out their time, and the entire IIIDEM team headed by DG sir, Chanchal sir, the supervisor for democracy, Khushbu ma'am, and all the research associates who have been a part of the symposium. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, legal scholars, policymakers, and the practitioners from around the globe, welcome to the World International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. This symposium is proudly convened by the ECI along with IIIDEM under India's chairship of International IDEA. Our guiding theme for the chairship is democracy for the inclusive and peaceful, resilient, and sustainable world. The core agenda for today's session is to gather the critical pillar of the democratical system, that is legal foundations of democracy and election management. The durability of any electoral democracy depends fundamentally on the strength, clarity, and coherence of its legal architecture. As democracy systems confronts increasingly complex political competition, rising public scrutiny, and rapid technology transformations, our legal framework must do two things simultaneously. They must safeguard the independence of our institutions, and they must enable institutional adaptability. Our core objective today is to advance the formulation of structured model international electoral standards by bringing together comparative global expertise and practitioner experience. We aim to articulate the essential legal benchmarks necessary to protect the independence of EMBs, election management bodies, and to uphold the rule-based integrity of elections worldwide. Now I'll call upon to introduce the speakers and the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma is Professor and Dean at the India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, Election Commission of India, New Delhi. He is a fellow at the Center for South Asian Studies, University of Edinburgh, and a visiting India Fellow at the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, Hamburg. He serves on the editorial board of Regional and Federal Studies. His research spans the political economy of federalism, democracy, party systems, economic reforms, para-diplomacy, and crisis and conflict management in multi-level systems. He has led international projects funded by Leverhulme Trust, Edinburgh Global, the University of Freiburg, and Hans Seidel Foundation with over 1,100 citations across leading journals. His work has appeared in Publius, the Journal of Federalism, Public Administration, Territory, Politics, Governance, International Political Science Review, and others. He has guest edited special issues for India Review, Territory, Politics, Governance, and Publius, including the recent multi-level polities in times of crisis, published in Publius Volume 56, Issue 2, 2026. Now I would like Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma to give us more insights on this. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. It is actually sometimes very difficult to speak to an empty room. So hopefully some more people will come, some research associates or others. I met you, you are from Sikkim, and you are from Dadra and Nagar. So presentation, Dadra and Nagar Haveli also, that is the next session. So first of all, it is my privilege as Dean, School of Election Management, to welcome each one of you to this session on legal foundations of democracy and election management. India, as chair of member states of International IDEA for 2026, has placed before the democratic world a theme of strategic significance, which is democracy for inclusive, peaceful, resilient, and sustainable world. When we say that a country is a democracy, what are we really saying? We are saying that power belongs to the people, that governments are chosen by the people, governments are not imposed on the people. Citizens have rights, and they can exercise those rights without any fear. And it also means that there are alternative sources of information which are not controlled by the government. One of the conditions which Robert Dahl gave in his book Polyarchy, which is very important. And another condition he gave was the freedom to make associations without any interference from the government. But none of this can happen in the air. It needs foundation. It needs legal foundation. Laws convert the idea of democracy into lived experience. They tell us who can vote, who can stand for election, how disputes are resolved, and who will manage the entire process, who is in the charge of running the whole process of elections. But we all notice that in some countries, elections outcomes are peacefully accepted. But in some other countries, in some other contexts, the election results lead to violence and protests. This contrast comes from the level of trust among citizens, among voters. The level of trust in a democracy comes from the law, comes from the legal foundations. When citizens know that there is a clear legal framework governing elections, which is enforced transparently by an independent body, they are far more likely to accept the outcome, even when their preferred candidate loses the election. In fact, as Adam Przeworski said, democracy is a system in which parties lose election. In addition to that, democracy is also a system in which losers accept that they have lost. Losing parties accept the verdict of voters because they know that elections had strong legal foundations. So losing parties know that it is in their self-interest to accept election results because they can reorganize, they can contest elections again, and they need not fear persecution. They understand that democracy, when it works well, is a system of organized uncertainty. Again, this is a term used by Adam Przeworski in his book Democracy and the Market, published in 1991. When he says that democracy is a system of organized uncertainty, what does he mean? He says that the democracy combines institutional certainty with uncertain outcomes. Institutions are certain, which means the functions that is expected from the institutions, they will perform that function. They will not deviate from that. That institutional certainty is there, but the outcome is uncertain. Outcome of elections will be uncertain. Who will win and who will lose, you won't be able to predict. All parties know that there will be elections, and today's losers can become tomorrow's winners. So no party has incentive to defect. This brings me to the two themes we will examine today. The first is laws and rules governing electoral democracies. Electoral laws are actually a complex layered system. At the top, there is the constitution. Then there are parliamentary statutes. Below that, there are rules and regulations made by the Election Commission. And running through all of these are court decisions that interpret and refine the law over time. Ritika Bhola, Assistant Professor of Law at GNLU, will take us through this terrain, mapping legal landscape with an analytical lens. The second theme is the legal framework of the election management body. This is one of the most critical questions in democratic governance. An election management body, whether it is called election commission, whether it is called electoral court or national election authority, is only as credible as its independence. And that independence depends primarily on whether the law protects them from political interference. And partly it also comes from the extent of the personal characteristics of its members. So if legal framework around an election management body is strong, the election management body can act with confidence. If it is weak, even the most upright election commissioner will find his hands tied. So the second speaker, Sandeep Singh, Assistant Professor at the University of Jammu, will reflect on how democracies have designed this framework and will situate India's experience in that context. Before I close, let me say that a good legal framework does three things. First, it is clear, which means that people know what the law is. Second, it is enforceable, which means that the legal foundation has real teeth, it has real institutions and real consequences. And the third is, it is trustworthy, which means that it must be seen to apply equally to all, whether the party is in power or out of power. When all three are in place, elections become what they are meant to be: a peaceful, legitimate transfer of power and a process that promotes and strengthens democracy. So that is the goal, and today's discussions, I hope, will bring us closer to understanding how it can be achieved. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful speech. Now I would like to introduce from Union Territory of Dadar and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, Ms. Ritika Bhola, who is joining us virtually. Ms. Ritika Bhola is an assistant professor of law at Gujarat National Law University, Silvassa. She has academic credentials from premier institutions including Nalsar University of Law and Gujarat National Law University. Her core areas of academic interest include criminal law, constitutional law, and feminist legal theory, with emerging engagement in criminology and environmental governance. Ms. Ritika has presented research papers at several reputed national and international conferences and has multiple publications to her credit. Her research reflects a strong interdisciplinary orientation, engaging with questions of justice, rights, and institutional accountability. In addition to her academic pursuits, Ms. Ritika has practical exposure through experience at the Supreme Court of India and various district courts, which informs her classroom teaching and research perspective. She is actively involved in legal awareness and capacity building initiatives, reflecting her commitment to bridging theory with practice. Her work reflects a balanced engagement with doctrinal scholarship and ground level legal realities. Now I would like her to present. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Good evening, everybody present over here, to all the dignitaries on the dais and other academic experts and administrators who are present in the room. A warm regards from, I'm Ms. Ritika Bhola. I am Assistant Professor of Law at Gujarat National Law University. I am attached to the Union Territory of Dadar and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. So the theme which has been allocated to the Union Territory is Laws and Rules Governing Electoral Democracies.
Ma'am, Ritika ma'am, is it possible to switch on the camera, please?
Yes, just a second. Am I visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So the theme that has been allocated to the UT is laws and rules governing electoral democracy. So when we are talking about electoral democracies relies majorly on the robust legal and institutional framework. So as we know that that democracy is existing, as that has been enshrined in the preamble as well in the constitution, that we the people of India give to ourselves. So in addition to that, we claim ourselves to be a secular democratic republic. So we see that India has recognized itself as a republic as well as democratic. So in order to ensure this democracy, we have elections that are there in place. So the electoral democracy mainly operates to the rules based governance framework. So in India, when we see the respect to the electoral laws that we have in place, as Chancellor sir has mentioned that initially we have constitutional framework, then after that we have central laws and the central laws that are made by the parliament. After that we have the delegated legislation, that the power has been assigned to the Election Commission of India, who makes further rules and regulations and also provide us other procedural frameworks also, which help us in carrying out the process of election in a democratic manner as well. So when we talk about the legal systems, initially we need to look at what purpose does it hold. So basically we also need to look at the various principles that should be there with respect to the framing of the legal infrastructure that is there. In addition to the legal framework, we need to look at the institutional framework as well. Apart from the institutional framework, the main challenge that arises is with respect to the implementation of the laws and rules that are there. So when we talk about a legal system, it basically, here we are specifically focusing on the legal system in association to the elections. So basically, the legal system can be associated to the credibility and legitimacy of elections. If we are saying that a particular law should be in place, or if a law is there in place, it should look at the credibility and legitimacy of the elections. It should also provide with respect to the authority and independence of election management bodies. If we talk about India, it is Election Commission of India on the central level, and eventually on the state level as well. We have different administrative bodies who handles the same. Next, we have the procedural safeguard and the dispute resolution, as is highlighted that it is also the courts that are there who decides on various matters that are existing and give various ratio decidendi which are further used in order to form the in order to amend the rules or come up with new procedures that may be required. Now, with the time, we are seeing that there is a huge technological development that is existing. And with this technological development, it has arisen the need on the part of the state to look at how exactly the technological challenges needs to be handled or needs to be dealt by the law itself. So generally we are talking about right to privacy. When we talk about right to privacy, we are talking it on a very in a generic sense. But when it comes to election, here also the use of technology is increasing, because in a way we are saying that technology in some way or other will help in enhancing the efficiency and efficacy of the election management bodies. So if we are saying that we will be using technology, then on the other hand, there should be a clear structure or a clear framework which will help us regulate the technology that is there, and there should be enough safeguards which can be guaranteed only through laws and legislations, because when such a question arises, then there comes the question of accountability as well, and also the credibility. So here we see that we need to have certain rules and regulations with respect to the technology as well. So basically what we are trying to do with our study is we are looking at the legal frameworks. We are just not saying that they are the regulatory tools. In a way, we are saying that the legal frameworks are also institutional enablers to have for the electoral democracy to be in place. So from the studies that we are currently doing, that we are currently following, so the trends which we have noticed for now are that we have seen various countries who have come up with the recent code of conduct for election. Some of them are coming with model code of conduct. Some are coming up with a comprehensive.
Ma'am, please,
yes,
ma'am, if you can make the PPTs run in in unison with your the speech.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So first, let's look at the objectives and the scope that I had already mentioned. So in our study, we are examining the legal frameworks governing the electoral democracies. Next, we are identifying the core principles underpinning the electoral laws and rules. As I mentioned, that as it is saying that we need to have people's trust that should be associated to the election. So for that, we need to have transparency. And if we are talking about transparency, we have various acts in place, like Right to Information Act is there. So with help of laws, we will look at what all laws are there in place which are fulfilling the various purpose that should be associated to an electoral democracy. So next, with help of the assessment that will be done eventually, we will be looking at the 50-60 countries, the list that was provided by the IIIDEM. With help of those countries, we will look at we will try to come up with a model international electoral standard that we can come up with, looking at based on what all principles a model law should be, what a model law can be taken as a reference, and the same can be taken for the reference by the countries based on the intricacies, based on their social condition, based on their economic condition. They can modify it and adopt it for a good electoral democracy. So the basic areas that we are looking at are the constitutional and statutory framework, legal provisions which are defining EMBs powers and independence, the regulations which are talking about the voters registration, what exactly should be the voting process, how the technology that is being used in the voting process or while forming the electoral roll or any of such kind can be regulated, how exactly are the electoral disputes addressed. So basically the methodology that we are opting for, we are looking at around 50 plus countries from and from where we will be mapping down the evidences of the variables which are being present in their legal system or not. In addition to that, we will be trying to even look at the case laws or the decisions of the court in their country, or what exactly is the dispute resolution mechanism that is there in the particular country. With help of these, we will try to come up with a model framework which can be used by the electoral democracies. So the emerging trend we have seen is from the studies up to date that we have done, we have seen that currently there is an increasing adoption of codified and comprehensive electoral laws. So there are few countries, for example, Mexico, for example, Nigeria, in 2025, they have specifically come up with model code of conduct for their elections specifically. And when we talk about Nigeria, so they have last in 2025 only, they have come up with in a way, I would say, a code of laws that is there. So they have compiled all the election related laws in a particular document itself. So we are looking at that now. The various countries are following are in a way trying to codify the electoral procedures and the electoral laws that are there. In addition to that, we are seeing that there is a shift towards the rule-based standardization of electoral procedure, because we are codifying the laws. In a way, we are structuring the procedure and the law and the processes that are there. Next, with respect to the legal dimension, we have seen that because of the technological integration, now various countries have now tried to also take into consideration the technological aspect, what is being considered. So now the concerns regarding data protection laws, the concerns regarding cyber securities are now being addressed or are now being taken into consideration by various countries, specifically when it comes to election, when it comes to preparation of rules for election, or with respect to the technology that should be used in the electronic voting machines. Even we have seen few countries who are even recognizing the online voting as well. So so with help of this, I could better explain how exactly we are approaching this particular theme. So here, this is the table which reflects which has mentioned country, their legal framework, their institutional approach, what exactly is the practice in action, and what can be inferred from the same. So when we are talking about Brazil, so Brazil has a codified electoral law with judicial oversight. So in a way, we are saying that so here in Brazil, they have specific law in place. In addition to that, they have also specified that how exactly the appeal or any challenge that is there, that should have a judicial oversight. In addition, we see that they have centralized electoral courts. In addition to that, they have it on the central level as well, and below they have various on the state level as well, and various courts are there who have been given a specific jurisdiction and who deals into the matters of election, not only deciding the cases, it is more about the administration of elections as well. So here we are seeing that legally, they have legally mandated EVs with uniform nationwide implementation. So here we are seeing that with this strict legal control, this strong legal control is helping them in having a consistent application of law in different blocks. So when we so example which I gave in the last slide, which mentions that now currently that various countries are addressing the technological challenges that are there. If we see Finland, so Finland has talked about that they have also taken into consideration the digital governance laws. They also have central EMBs with digital infrastructure. In addition to that, legal framework is there which is enabling internet voting as well. So they are planning of having this internet voting to be first exercised in 2027. This is what they are trying to propose. So we are saying that law, if is regulating the technology also properly, it can even help in having the innovation even in the electoral processes. In addition to that, the Finland has said that the technology, that all the laws that are present with respect to the data privacy and the other will also apply to the electoral system as well. So next, when we are talking about Germany, we have seen that they have decentralized structure where the central has a law. In addition to that, the states below them, they can form their own laws on the basis of the model law that is there in place. Though it is centralized, but it is still structured. So considering this structured decentralization, though it is decentralized, but just because it is structured, there is a clarity with respect to how exactly the law should be operating. So in a way, we can say that this legal clarity also gives an impression in the mind of the people that this is the way it will happen, because there is a certainty with respect to the same. So now if we look at US also has a similar legal framework that it's of federal nature and state level laws are there. It is highly decentralized. They have different EMBs of different states. So here there is a lot of variation with respect to the laws that are for every other state. So this variation is existing, and that variation is existing because of the legal fragmentation that is there. So if you look at Mexico, so Mexico also is talking about detailed electoral legislation. As I have mentioned that in 2025 also, they have specifically brought into play Code of Conduct of 2025 with respect to elections. Apart from that, in their constitutional framework as well, they have recognized the right to vote. Also, they have mandatory voting. If we see Australia has compulsory voting. If you do not turn up for the election, or if you do not cast a vote, at that point of time, you need to file a written explanation as to why, what was the reason that you did not file the particular vote. So here we say that law is in a way encouraging people to cast vote or to participate in the democracy. So this reflects that law in some way or the other can also increase the electoral participation. So based on these few examples, so the examples which the tabular form which we looked at, in pursuance to that, we can see that technology regulation through law. We are regulating technology through law, as we have seen in Finland and Brazil. They have explicit legal backing for digital processes. Next, we saw participation enforcement through law, where we have seen that Australia has compulsory voting. Next, we saw that campaign regulation through law is also happening. Mexico has detailed legal control over campaign finances and conduct. Next, we see that inclusivity through legal lens. South Africa has constitutional and statutory protection of voter rights. So with help of this, we can see that there are various there are various basic principles that should be existing, or we can say that a few purposes are there which should be taken into consideration while testing a law with respect to it following the electoral democracy that is there. So the few insights that we observed from the data that we have collected and the process, and the same is still in process, we are seeing that that a particular codified law, if a particular codified legal system is there, then at that it leads to a consistency and predictability. When we are saying there is a strong statutory backing is there, it leads to effective institutional functioning. This strong statutory backing, here we are talking about the institutional framework that is there in place. For example, the Constitution of Election Commission of India or any other EMB that is there in place in order to define who all will be the members. That should also be statutory promised, or that should also be streamlined in such a manner that the laws are very clear. It also ensures transparency. In addition to that, it also creates accountability and also helps in achieving public trust. That is very crucial when it comes to election. So in addition to that, when we talk about technology, there should be, so now with increase in the use of technology, it is leading, we can use it for legal authentication and also safeguards. The safeguards are to be ensured with help of law that is there in place. So for a particular model standard from our understanding that we have made for now, so what we need to look at is mainly with respect to the codification, what is there. In addition to that, what exactly is the institutional independence that is existing, what all legal protections are provided, what all legal framework are existing with respect to governing the use, regulation and oversight of technology. And the last but not the least, we also need to look at how exactly the law is promising the inclusivity and participation that should be there. So these will be some of the few points that we will be taking into consideration while formulating the model standards for EMBs. So mainly these are the points that we have come up to the research that we have been conducting till now. So mainly the way forward would be that strengthening electoral governance requires adaptive and clearly defined legal frameworks. We need to enhance the institutional capacity of EMBs, and the same can also be done with the help of laws and regulations in place. In addition to that, we need to develop legal safeguards with respect to the use of technology in the election, and additionally a global, relevant and adaptable electoral standard should be there. This talks about the implementation that is subjective to the country or to the state that will be opting for, because it also depends upon the financial capacity of a particular state. We need to look at we also need to look at the social background of the state. All the elements will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. Now, next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sandeep Singh from Ladakh. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Lifelong Learning at the University of Jammu, a position he has held since February 2008. He holds a PhD in political science from the University of Jammu 2011 with a thesis titled Nehru's Concept of Secularism and His Response to Communalism, along with an MA in Political Science and UGC NET qualification. His teaching and research focus on rural development, local self-governance, sustainable livelihoods, and conflict and borderland studies, with over 25 PG dissertations supervised. His professional contributions include coordinating peace-building initiatives as Jammu Coordinator for the Center for Dialogue and Reconciliation, consulting for a UNHCR project on Rohingya refugees, and serving as a monitoring and evaluation member for Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan. He has authored and co-authored 2 books and published 15 research papers in journals addressing communal harmony, borderland resilience, gender dynamics, and rural livelihoods. Dr. Singh has held leadership roles including General Secretary of the Jammu University Teachers Association 2019 to 21 and President of Jammu University Research Scholar Executive Association 2006 to 2007, and he has participated in international programs such as the South Asian Leadership Program in Kathmandu and presented at the conferences in Colombo. Now I would like him to present his presentation. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Sandeep from the University of Jammu, representing UT of Ladakh. And the theme which has been assigned to us is the legal framework of election management body and its independence. Now with a globally applicable model international electoral standards, and it should be practitioner-led, and of course it is evidence-based. And we are also trying to focus on legal independence of EMBs, and it should be applicable to all the context. Context here means like the member countries, the 80 countries from where we have collected the data, they have different contexts, internal, external, their financial status. So another key objective which we are trying to focus, that is to first understand and then to bridge the gap which is usually available in different EMBs all across the countries, that is de jure and de facto gap. And finally, that is the most crucial component of our study, is to come with three-tier framework, and that is of, first is of minimum guarantee, second is if they really want to jump up, that is of recommended practices, and the third is aspirational benchmark which the advanced democracies should aspire for. And again, approaches like these three tiers are available, and it's up to the respective EMBs to place themselves wherever they feel it that they are comfortable in terms of their local context. The next, this is just a like a brief idea that how many countries we have from where we have collected the data, the literature. We have touched around 80 countries, and again you can have the continental distribution of the countries, that how these are represented, like 25 from Asia and Oceania, Europe 32. I'll not read it out. This is just for your impression, and these are not all the countries, but just a few of them we have just in the slides, so that you can get an idea, impression that that how it has been distributed all across the continents. Then but we found, that is something from where we have collected the data, and something which we have analyzed, that we come with four models, and the first one is, that is the most crucial, is the independent constitutional bodies, and it is being represented by 52% of the countries. I have just referred few name of the few countries as an example, so that again you can get an idea. And again, the characteristics are not only these 2-3 characteristics. This is just the brief, the prominent one, that in independent constitutional bodies model, we find that the insulation from the executive is quite high, legal insulation, and all these countries largely having their own consolidated fund. Then another is statutory autonomous agencies, and these are the countries, few of them we have mentioned there. though they have this strong parliamentary oversight, but at the same time, the kind of vulnerability is also being reflected there in terms of the budget allocation. Then another one is the judicial model, and here, like, they have the integrated dispute resolution mechanism, and the protected judicial budgets are there. Similarly, the fourth one is of governmental and mixed model. We have some of the example of the countries. Here we find that there is a kind of variability in terms of autonomy, but at the same time, many of them having very high rate of efficiency while working in the field, while implementing the election. And next key component of our study is that we have made, an analysis of how this de jure and de facto gap is there and how it can be minimized or rather filled up. And again, here we have taken the 5 domains, and these domains are, as they are on the slide, like constitutional provision, appointment mechanism, then financial autonomy, removal safeguards, and digital preparedness for the contemporary challenges, at the same time opportunities as well, like AIs, like climate resilience, then preparedness to the pandemic, and then going for the election. So again, the crucial one is of constitutional provision, which usually we found that they are quite strong on the paper, but when we see, as per our study, that the implementation is quite weak on the ground. Similarly, when we talk of the appointment mechanism here, though we have the formal multi-party processes that exist there, but at the same time, the possibility and presence of informal negotiations is quite high, and they dominate the cases in many of the EMBs. Similarly, the financial autonomy, of course, the consolidated fund model works very well in many countries, and again, it's quite commonsensical that wherever there is a discretionary budgetary provision, then the vulnerability is quite high. Similarly, the removal safeguards, cost-based removal laws, of course, that's there in many of the EMBs legal model, but we found that the interference of the executive is quite high, and they usually influence the, removal, and particularly in the transitional democracies. Then digital preparedness, of course, there are certain exceptions. The 3 countries are working well, but for the time being, we do not find any country having legal backup jacketing for this digital preparedness. And that's again very important, and our team has worked so hard on this that we have found around 180 provisions from all the EMBs in 80 countries. And then we, shortlisted them to 95. And the mechanism and the methodology of shortlisting was these 5 criterias. And among those 5, we have kept 3 on the high weightage. These are the legal enforceability, then the insulation from the executive pressure, and the empirical evidence of effectiveness, whether how much they are working on ground, how well they are working on ground. And we have given them the high score on the scale of 1 to 5. Though we have kept these 2 on the medium scale, it doesn't mean we have, sidelined them. We have, their role is there, but we have kept these 2 principles on the medium scale. By saying so, I mean like any EMB can survive, can function if they have these 3 criteria where we have given the high score. Whereas the medium one, like accountability mechanism and cross-regional adaptability, even if that was not there, the things can work well. So that is the method which we have applied, and finally we have, come with the 64 core MIS standards, rather the provisions. And why we have reduced from 95 to 64? Because we were finding that it's quite high list. It's very difficult for any EMB to extract the good component out of this, and this is 64 for us. But that's again not the final, because we have circulated the modules to respective EMBs of the 80 countries. And for the time being, we have received input from one country, that is Republic of Moldova, and we are waiting for others to please respond to our modules, which we have already circulated. So the next is like, yes, these are the 3-tier framework. The first one is the minimum guarantee, where any EMB is unable to come with credible election. And the core examples, rather the provisions which should be there, that is of constitutional establishment, caste-based removal, budgetary protection, judicial review, and so on and so forth. These are the few, not the all. And then if someone is already achieved that tier 1, they can try for, and there are many which are already there in tier 2, that is which, and that is the recommended for the tier 1 countries, where we will find there is a multi-stakeholder appointments, staggered terms for leadership, then multi-year budgeting provision, then again the mechanism for cybersecurity audits. And the third one, the tier 3, is the aspirational benchmark, and that is for the future of election. And it is primarily because in the contemporary time, and of course in the times to come, we will come with many challenges at the same time with opportunities, like we have the pandemic, like the climate issues, like and as an opportunity, like we have AI now, we have blockchain, we have so much in terms of technology. So the tier 3 countries can aspire for these provisions, and this is how we have made this tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. At the same time, I really want to reinstate that this is not the hierarchical tier mechanism. Even the country having in tier 1, that is the most crucial one, because tier 2 and 3 is, it depends upon the capacity of the country, both in terms of finance, in terms of their internal issues, whether it's political, cultural, social, or anything else. So it's up to the EMB where they want to place themselves and from where they can aspire for the next tier. Then this is the explanation of the tier 1, that again we have 5 domains on the basis of which we have analyzed the tier system, that is structural, then appointment and removal mechanism, financial and adjudicators, then adaptive mechanisms. The core standards, that is already there. I will not read it. It's there just for your reference, so that you can have a reasonable idea that what actually we want to convey here. Like the structural, I'll explain one, that the core standard is of constitutional and supreme statutory establishment. Here the examples is of India Article 324, South Africa Chapter 9, Kenya Article 88, Brazil Article 118, Ghana Article 43. Similarly, in appointment case, we have the example of Kenya, then Canada, then Australia. Then in case of financial domain, we have the example of, again, Ghana with Article 454, administrative expenses. So it's just for your reference. I'll move to the next slide. And in case someone is keen to, have we can discuss it in the question and answer session. And again, the tier 2 best practices examples are the structural is like it should be merit-based, stable leadership, insulated from political cycles of regime change. And the examples, best practices are there, like Kenya, multi-stakeholder selection panel, civil society, professional bodies, political parties. South Korea, then the Mexico, 9 years staggered council terms to prevent political capture by the respective political parties who are in leadership. Similarly, functional and financial matter. Again, we have some of the example of Canada, Sweden, then Estonia. Again, I'll prefer to move on. And again, the aspirational benchmark, the tier 3. Here, like those who have already achieved tier 1 and tier 2, they should aspire for this, and that is the future of the election, where into functional domain, they should, having AI integrated operational planning, then again, we have the example of Estonia, Brazil. In financial matter, blockchain tracked government operations Estonia is doing on this. Adjudicatory matter, AI assisted case management, that is being done by Brazil, South Korea, and again, adaptive like Brazil. I'm just for a reference. So these are the 3 tier and its explanation with examples and domains. Now this is something that we have already done, and here we have come with 4 modules, and that has already been circulated among the respective EMBs of the member countries. And the 4 modules are the 3 model of EMBs which will validate the model classification which we have done, right? And then the 5 key domains that will test the domain framework against the lived experience. Our key purpose is like this is something we have done on the secondary data, but the respective EMBs have their ground experience of how they execute the election, and their input will certainly help us to again how to test whether the frame which we have made are valid, meaningful. Then we have this 3-tier MIS framework. Again, we really want to validate the relevance of it, whether it is feasible, and we have placed various provision in different tiers. It's up to the EMBs where they want to place themselves, or whether they are validate our placement of the provisions in that respective tiers. That is something we really want to get the validation from those EMBs. And finally, anything else other than this, their policy recommendation from the EMBs. All these input from those EMBs we really want to integrate in our study, which we have almost done it. And we are of course waiting for the response. We have already, as I have already said, that we received the response from Republic of Moldova, and that was really rich response, very meaningful. I hope similarly we will get from the other EMBs. And for the time being, I shouldn't say achievement, but what we have done is like we have, in terms of jurisdiction, we have covered around 80 countries from 6 continents. The legal provision screen, 180 provision has been screened. We first shortlisted to 95. That's 2 on a very methodical base of 1 to 5 scale. And that scale again on those 3 domains, which I have explained you previously. And then finally we come to the 64 core MIS standards. And that tier 1, we found around 40 countries are placed in tier 1, around 60 in tier 2, and around 20 in tier 3. Just for your explanation, it's 60 plus 20 is 80, because those who are in tier 1, those who are in tier 2 and 3, they have already crossed tier 1, and therefore we should count only tier 2 and 3 number. And EMB case profile, we have done it thoroughly for the 50 countries. And the questionnaire, we have 4 modules which has already been circulated to the respective EMBs. And the key features which we were approaching and trying to incorporate in our studies, like having the de jure and de facto analysis so that it can be minimized. And then the screening methodology, that is something we really consider is quite crucial one, and we have taken 180 provision. The tiered framework which we are trying to offer to our study. And why we are offering tiered framework? Because it's up to the EMB where they want to place themselves. It's up to them as per their capacity, their context, their capability. And then 80 country evidence base we have covered. Then the practitioner validation we are seeking through our modules, and we have taken care of the gender, disability, and other civic trust factor into our study. Briefly, we try to be inclusive in our approach while doing this study, and this is where we have already reached, and we are just waiting for the response from the stakeholder, I mean the EMBs. And if we'll get I think let's wait for another maybe month or so, then we'll certainly analyze it and we'll
incorporate those input into our study and come with the first draft report for the review. So this is it from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful presentation. Now we'll move forward for the question and answer session. So if anyone has any query, so they can ask. Okay, so no one has questions. So now finally I would like to thank you all for your active participation in today's India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. Today's insightful presentations have reinforced that a robust, clear and adaptable legal architecture is essential for safeguarding electoral credibility and institutional resilience. Our esteemed speakers provided crucial pathways for developing model international electoral standards. Ms. Ritika Bhola's comparative analysis of over 50 countries demonstrated that codified legal systems provide vital consistency and predictability. Her research emphasized that integrating emerging technologies into elections demands explicit legal authorization and robust safeguards. Dr. Sandeep Singh's comparative analysis of 80 countries across 6 continents highlighted the critical need to bridge the gap between de jure legal provisions and de facto operational realities regarding the independence of election management bodies. To operationalize these findings, his team has developed a highly adaptable 3-tiered MIES framework comprising 64 core standards. These 64 standards will now undergo critical practitioner validation through a 4-module questionnaire designed to test the findings directly with EMBs worldwide. The foundational evidence and academic rigor shared today will directly inform our upcoming policy briefs, global data dashboards, and the structured model standards under India's chairmanship of International IDEA. I extend my deepest gratitude to our speakers, Ms. Ritika Bhola and Dr. Sandeep Singh, as well as to Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma and the thematic lead Gunesh Singh Aluwalia for their guidance. Thank you all for your dedication to strengthening the legal foundation of global democracy. This marks the end of the session 2. Thank you so much.
है, हाँ इनके साथ में इनका भी होगा, दोनों का इंट्रोडक्शन होगा साथ में, बट ही विल प्रेजेंट. स्टार्ट. स्टार्ट हो गया. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, global electoral experts, and esteemed colleagues, a very warm welcome for this session of India International Symposium on Democracy and Election Management. This session will be on political parties and candidates. Political parties and candidates are the central actors in any electoral democracy. They are the primary intermediaries between the citizen and the states. However, ensuring a level playing field for these actors remain one of the most complex challenges in the electoral governance. How do we strike this right balance? On one hand, we have fiercely protect political pluralism and the fundamental freedom of association. On the other hand, we must enforce regulatory coherence, transparent political financing, and strict institutional integrity to prevent elite capture and democratic backsliding. The comparative insights we generate today will not just remain in this room, they will directly inform the International IDEA's Global Data Dashboard and also the International IDEA for policy briefs, flagship, and reports. Now I'll call upon Nipun to introduce the participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma is Professor and Dean at the International Institute of Democracy and Election Management, Election Commission of India, New Delhi. He is a fellow at the Center for South Asian Studies, University of Edinburgh, and a visiting India fellow at the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, Hamburg. He serves on the editorial board of Regional and Federal Studies. His research spans the political economy of federalism, democracy, party system, economic reforms, para-diplomacy, and crisis and conflict management in multi-level systems. He has led international projects funded by Leverhulme Trust, Edinburgh Global, the University of Freiburg, and the Hans Seidel Foundation, with over 1,100 citations across leading journals. His work has appeared in Publius, the Journal of Federalism, Public Administration, Territory, Politics, Governance, International Political Science Review, and others. He has guest edited special issues for India Review, Territory, Politics, Governance, and Publius, including the recent multi-level polities in times of crisis, published in Publius Volume 56, Issue 2, 2026. Now, I would like Professor Chanchal Kumar Sharma to give more insights on the topic. Thank you.
Hello. Dear faculty members, research associates, thematic leads, and thematic teams from states and UTs. A very good evening to all of you. It is my privilege as Dean, School of Election Management, to welcome each one of you to this session on political parties and candidates. This session will examine three interconnected themes, three dimensions of democratic challenge. First is ballot access and the rules that govern how parties and candidates enter the electoral arena. Second is transparency and the role of parties as active, watchful participants throughout the process. And third is the broader governance question of how democracies can regulate political competition without corroding political freedom. Parties and candidates are the democratic axis between citizen sovereignty and state power. When we talk about ballot access, party regulation, and the rules governing candidates, we are really asking who gets to compete, on what terms, with what protections, and with what remedies if those terms are violated. A democracy can be weakened not only on the polling day, but long before the polling day, when legal barriers are raised arbitrarily, when nominations are rejected on flimsy ground, when small actors, small parties are formally free to compete but practically unable to do so, or critical information and critical data is unequally distributed. Now, there is a central paradox that today's session will grapple with, which is to find the balance between too much regulation and too little regulation. When regulation is too little, it can invite opaque financing, elite capture, factional manipulation, and public distrust. Obviously, parties without accountability can hollow out democracy from within. Then too much regulation can suffocate freedom of association, can squeeze out new voices, and turn democratic gate into a controlled access point serving those who are already in power. So the puzzle is how to regulate in a way that strengthens pluralism rather than strangling it. Constitution of Germany, which is called the Basic Law, has a very interesting provision which comes within the domain of regulating political parties' conduct, which is that if any political party tries to use democratic freedoms, democratic institutions, democratic processes to propagate values which are against democracy and to damage democracy, democratic institutions and foundation itself, then the Constitutional Court is empowered to confiscate the property of such parties, and such political parties will not be allowed to contest elections, to stand for elections. And if any individual does it, his or her fundamental rights would be taken away. So this is a safeguard that the Constitution of Germany, the Basic Law, has built, which is called militant democracy. So actually, regulating political parties is the defining challenge of party regulation across the world. The research being presented in today's session will underline the idea that credibility grows when procedures can be seen, when procedures can be checked, and when procedures and processes can be challenged. This session will give us important comparative lessons while drawing extensively on Indian experiences and India's practices. The broader lesson is that political competition must be open but not chaotic, must be regulated but not suffocated, must be transparent but not performative, and inclusive, but it should always be credible. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you to the deliberations on this very interesting theme of political parties and candidates. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful lecture. Now, firstly, we'll explore the critical threshold of ballot access comparative study on how different jurisdictions handle party registration, candidate nomination, and equitable ballot access. So we have two guests from Arunachal Pradesh. Firstly, in offline mode, here we welcome Dr. Chandrachud Singh, who is a professor in the Department of Political Science, Hindu College, University of Delhi. Dr. Singh holds a doctoral degree from the University of Birmingham, UK, where he also served as India country champion and worked on his thesis, Ambassadorial Cosmopolitanism. Professor Singh is one of the leading academic on the Cosmopolitan Motivation Research Network. Welcome you, sir. And secondly, we have Mr. Angad Mehta, who has joined us virtually. He's an IPS officer of Agmat Qatar 2020 batch, and he's presently SP of Kei Penyor in Arunachal Pradesh. He has done BA Political Science Honours from Hindu College, and he has also done MA in Criminal Justice from Nalsar. So we welcome Mr. Angad Mehta to present his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the esteemed forum here, to all the dignitaries joining offline and online. Please bear with me for a few seconds as I start my presentation. Right. Good afternoon. My name is Angad Mehta. I'm currently SP Kei Penyor in Arunachal Pradesh. The team from Arunachal Pradesh was assigned the specific comparative study, which was ballot access by political parties and candidates. And this was a study undertaken by India's chairmanship of International IDEA this year. The choice of topic matters. We have this interesting topic here where ballot access not only includes electoral law, but also EMB capacity and the lived experience of candidates who are seeking a place on the ballot. And this is where it all converges. And we have a comparative galaxy of 50 countries in which we have tried to have a overarching study done. Ballot access sounds like one thing, but it is actually three things in distinct regimes, with one legal foundation as the overarching flow feeding into all the other three. It has its own institutional actors in each regime, its own failure modes. And so we've organized the study into these distinct four scopes, with each dedicated practitioner leads, all working against the same 50 jurisdictions. And our research question running across all of these 50 comparative democracies has been that what does substantive ballot access really look like in practice? And which frameworks produce outcomes that are consistent with the commitments under the ICCPR Article 25. For academic vetting and rigor, we have Professor Chandrachud Singh from Hindu College, we have Professor Vandana Mishra from JNU, and Professor Rohit Dwivedi from IIM Shillong. So let me take this esteemed forum through each of these scopes in turn. Scope A is our normative bedrock. So before we can compare any two countries, we need a measuring stick, and that stick is international law. ICCPR Article 25 is the binding norm, the right to vote and to stand for election without unreasonable restrictions. The Journal Comment 25 from 96 is the authoritative interpretation of this, which is that any restriction must be objective, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. As the last speaker before me elucidated on this, this is the real crux of the whole competition, whether the competition is truly fair and transparent. Our focus in Scope A is gap analysis. Where do constitutional guarantees, statutory frameworks, and regulatory practice diverge from the international standard? And what reform pathways these gaps point towards? So we are covering not just the constitutional provisions, but also the statutory norms such as the RPAs in India, and then the delegated legislation and the rules regulations that every EMB comes out with. And once this normative framework is set, then we move to Scope B, which is the place where law actually touches political parties. So this is the largest of the four scopes. It basically asks three things. One is the procedural one that we have laid out with the 6 sub-scopes within it, formation, registration, and recognition. It asks how a party comes into existence, how it stays into existence, and secures the right to contest. But apart from these procedural ones, we also have 2 substantive questions. What is the equitability in compliance, the internal democracy inside it, and also the information access that is there for all political parties. Our specific focus is the line where party regulation shifts from procedural gatekeeping to substantive enablement. And this is where, small things such as thresholds, timelines, and the grounds of rejection, they become crucial in this sort of study. We are in the process of this comparative analysis in step 5, currently ongoing. And but just to mention a very interesting couple of things that we've come across. In Germany, for example, party registration is a constitutional requirement under Article 21 of the Basic Law. And we have a very non-interventionist regime currently, but we have now seen there is a threshold, different sorts of thresholds and a whole spectrum in which EMBs range from non-interventionist to constitutionally mandating some sort of equitabilities inside political parties also. We will contrast this scope with India's tiered recognition system, which we will come on later in another slide. Scope C covers the election period pipeline, and this is what is broadly, colloquially understood by most people when they understand ballot access during election. From the day nominations open to the day the ballot is finalized, and there are 3 strands. So one strand is nomination, scrutiny, and appeal. One is equality for independents, and I would say one is for unrecognized party candidates as well. So our focus here is the time-critical mechanics. The adequacy of the window for candidates to counter objections, the independence and the speed of the appeal jurisdiction, and whether independents face structural disadvantage in symbol allocation, financial access, and EMB communication. So, for example, Brazil has a Ficha Limpa law, and which is a very strong scrutiny benchmark. It basically disqualifies all candidates with criminal convictions. We see that America has something similar as well. Convicts do not have the right to vote. The adult franchise is limited to them. Even in Australia and Canada, we see they have very clear statutory grounds for rejection. And this is something as practitioners we see is very different in India, because appeals lie to the high courts and then the Supreme Courts because of their original jurisdiction. And that is overburdening one specific body, whereas in other countries there are specialized tribunals for the same. But we have analyzed, and we are in the process of the comparative study right now. And then Scope C is where electoral administration has become most visible to candidates. So we are doing our due process and study on this. And then we'll move on to the last scope, because before any candidate reaches the EMB, there is one more gate, and that is the party itself, which is the candidate selection by the political party itself. And this is the internal gateway. So in Crux, this is the hidden scope, because this precedes every formal EMB interaction. It does examine how parties choose candidates before any external process begins. And in that way, we have a very distinctive regime in India. We do not legislate how parties select candidates, but that is not the case all over the world. And we are trying to come up with model international electoral standards. And the central question, as the last speaker had also touched upon very briefly, was does this non-interventionism protect party autonomy or enable elite capture? And that is the crux, and that is the central push and pull that will also emerge during the time we are framing model international electoral standards. India is the crucial anchor in this, with 980 million plus voters. Across our 50 comparator jurisdictions, we have about 3 billion voters. And this is a huge gamut and galaxy of democracies. For every major EMB institutional model, we have tried that all varieties are represented, including parliamentary commissioners. For example, here we have tried that we have geographic diversity, first of all. And this is not alphabetical, and we have tried to be very consciously, we've tried to avoid Eurocentrism. And we've also tried that we just don't include old democracies, but newer variations as well. So we have 14 from Europe, about 11 from Asia Pacific, 9 from the Americas, 10 from Africa, and 6 from Middle East and the Central Asian countries. We have tried even to include not just practitioner relevance. Obviously, we want to see which has direct applicability internationally, but also we have tried to see that there is democratic maturity in the process or not. We have new democracies that are coming in, consolidating ones, and the established ones, of course, in Europe and in North America. And because different stages naturally produce different ballot access challenges, and those challenges have to be anticipated on their own merits. But we've also tried that EMBs themselves come in many different variations. So you have parliamentary commissioners, you have multi-member commissions, you have judicial, quasi-judicial bodies, and you have independent authorities. So we have tried as far as possible to include the institutional diversity of the EMBs also. All of this, all 4 selection criteria were done very deliberately and with great discussion. And we are basically following the IIDEM 9-step methodology that has been laid out, and we have so far kept to the deadlines. So the first 4 are done, and we are currently in the comparative analysis stage, except for the one part in which we have reached out to various EMBs with questionnaires for stakeholder engagement. So we are currently awaiting their inputs and their feedback, which will be incorporated. And by the end of May, we hope to be finalizing our package and be ready with the case documentation. In Crux, this is the state of the research, and I would like to open it to the floor and submit to the panel as well. The only disclaimer is this is a live study, and comparative analysis is currently active, and the stakeholder survey is running. So it's the final output has not yet been shared from the panel or from any EMBs who are participating online or offline, and we would love to take their jurisdictions, their perspectives into account if we have made anything. Thank you, and if any, Professor Singh can also help us answer those questions and take from the stage there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful presentation on ballot access. Secondly, we will shift our focus to electoral transparency, a compelling operational model, viewing political parties not just as competitors but as concurrent auditors who verify the process in real time across the pre-poll, polling and counting stages. Now I would like to call from Gujarat Ms. Kunjal Arora. She is a Chief Minister's Fellow in the Government of Gujarat, trained in law with LLM and LLB. She works at the intersection of public finance, governance reform, and evidence-based policy. Her experience spans legal research, program evaluation, and institutional analysis across government and academic settings. She has previously worked with Gujarat National Law University and the Delhi State's Legal Services Authority. As part of her current work on electoral governance, she is engaged in comparative research on electoral transparency and stakeholders' oversight in democratic election management systems. I would like to Ms. Arora to give her presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to present on behalf of Gujarat Thematic Group under the patronage of Office of the Chief Electoral Officer Gujarat as part of the Symposium under India's chairmanship of the Council of Member States of International IDEA. My name is Kunjal Arora and today I will be presenting on the topic Transparency of Elections, Political Parties as Concurrent Auditors. Elections ultimately are an exercise of trust. The citizens trust that their vote would be counted. The society as a whole trust that the outcome would reflect the will of the people, and the candidates trust that the process would be fair. But trust simply cannot be assumed in any process. It has to be earned, it has to be demonstrated, and it has to be continuously reinforced. Our presentation would discuss a fundamental question that political parties, who are essentially the actors who compete in an election, can they act as concurrent auditors? If yes, then how? What are the policies and processes in our laws that would allow that? And that is a distinction and a study that we have done across various jurisdictions that we'll be discussing. What we're examining here today is not simply traditional electoral observation. What we're studying is the role of political parties as actors who are present at every stage of election process with defined rights. They have legal standing and verification responsibilities as well. The three pillars that you see here are procedural legitimacy, real-time concurrent auditing, and trust through oversight. What we mean by procedural legitimacy is that the credibility of an election cannot just be the outcome. The procedure should also be transparent and should be verifiable at every stage. As a result, the result of an election which comes from an opaque process will always be contested. So transparency is of utmost importance. When we talk about the second pillar, real-time auditing, unlike post-election reviews that talk about what happened, here we are discussing or concurrent auditing. We discuss what we catch the issues as they arrive during the process. A polling agent who is witnessing an issue right there, he can complain about it and not just complain post the result has been declared. That is one example of real-time concurrent audit that happens in the procedure. The third is trust through oversight. Continuous stakeholder participation enhances the confidence of the public in an electoral system, in the integrity of the country's election. And it builds public confidence in a way that reduces post-election disputes as well. Now, when we talk about effective concurrent auditing, the designing such a system is not straightforward. There are some key challenges that we have identified during our study till date, which could be called as barriers to meaningful electoral transparency. The first is administrative and technological complexity. As the processes grow more complex, the system also needs to evolve along with it. So, for example, digital voter rolls, they have to be there. In some countries, when the whole thing is on the internet, that system cannot be simply just observing, because elections are not taking place right in front of you, it's happening on the internet. So it also needs to evolve. The need for structured verification is also very important. Ad hoc oversight of anything is inadequate. There has to be clear stage-wise verification processes, frameworks in place along all the three stages: pre-poll, during polling, and post-election process. There is a need also to balance transparency with efficiency. Now, what does this mean? It means that there is a need that the political parties need to observe and verify, but the EMBs should and have to let them, but they also have to take care that they're not interrupting or the whole electoral process. Now, therefore, there has to be a balance between the two, giving them their rights, letting them have them, and also maintaining the integrity of the election process. Fourth is digital systems, new systems that are being created. So we need new verification needs for them. For example, Brazil currently holds public security test of their e-voting software. It's all in the open. They have open source code that anybody can access and check. That is a new system that they've evolved as transparent process. The last is equitable access for all parties. Resources and capacity disparity. This prevents smaller parties from effectively exercising oversight rights. For example, in some jurisdictions where the smaller parties, they do not have enough polling agents to be present in all the areas. So that is one challenge that can be called, a barrier to electoral transparency. During the course of our study, we have highlighted some trends and opportunities. We have said that currently there are 4 trends that we have noticed. There is a growing expectation for transparency and accountability from citizens and international bodies as well. There is a need for expanding the role of stakeholders in verification and concurrent auditing processes. Technology, which created new challenges, is also creating new solutions for the same. Digital audit trails, real-time data access, etc. are some of the very examples that did not exist before it, because if there is a challenge, there are some trends that are emerging along with it to solve such challenges. And of course, the cross-country learning is accelerating. This symposium today is one such example for the same. The same goes for the opportunities that we have highlighted here. The digital tools for concurrent audit and verification beyond physical presence have been evolved in a lot of countries. There is a strengthened institutional framework and legal codification of party agent rules. Now, this is present in some countries, and in some countries, there is a bit of a lack in the same. So, the opportunity is that there should be a codified version of all the rules and every right and or that the political party have during the whole electoral process. There is an enhanced training and capacity building for both EMBs and party representatives, and building global knowledge repositories. That is one such opportunities that has arrived through the whole process. Now, when we say electoral transparency, what do we mean by that? It's not simply a term that we talk about. There has to be some basis for it. So there are normative foundations of electoral transparency. ICCPR is one such example. Article 25 talks about right to participate in elections with transparency. Venice Commission, the Code of Good Practice, that is one such code that we have studied in during our research for the same. It talks about transparency in vote counting and observation is a core principle. It's not an option, it's a very important principle that needs to be followed for a system to be transparent. OSC, ODIHR, they have electoral standards that say that process-based electoral assessment and stakeholder engagement. There needs to be focus on procedural compliance and structured observation frameworks. And the last, one other thing that we've studied is international IDEA, the institutional design that they have developed for the same. It also talks about there needs to be frameworks that emphasize stakeholder participation, institution design. So let's talk about the methodology of our study. What we have done is we began with a total of 86 countries. We collected their data, and after applying our selection criteria, which was basically availability of reliable data, diversity of electoral systems, the geography of that area, regional representation, and variation in technology use, we have currently finalized the list to 54 jurisdictions for a detailed comparative analysis, which we have completed till date. How we are doing that analysis? We are doing it stage-wise. We have divided the whole election process in 3 stages: pre-election, polling stage, and post-election. Some examples of such are: during pre-election, there's voter registration, electoral roll preparation, system verification, audit. Then during polling stage, polling agents are present during the polling, procedure monitoring, and that's an example of real-life verification. Post-election is like tabulation, monitoring, results verification, grievance redressal if there are any such issues, and counting oversight. The study is structured along a documentary analysis. So what we've done is, we have done documentary analysis of electoral laws, procedural manuals, international observation reports, and the whole system is grounded on the 4 normative frameworks that I discussed in the last slide. So we have done comparative and stage-wise analysis through primary data. We have sent questionnaires to EMBs that will also be included in the study. We have studied election laws, regulations, procedure manuals, observation reports that I'll come to when I discuss the tables, which are the core part of our step 2. And of course, we have studied the international standards as well that we discussed. Now, the countries that we have studied. Our sample of 54 jurisdictions covers 4 major regions: 13 in America, 17 Europe, 10 Africa, and 14 Asia Pacific. Now, we had to choose. Our basic for choosing was geographical context, geography, because we didn't want to leave any major region out. Then political systems, technology of that place. Therefore, we have selected some countries because the technology, the system that they use for conducting elections is very different from other countries, and institutional maturity of the countries. Together, these 54 jurisdictions provide a genuine global picture of how the concurrent auditing works and where the gaps remain. Now, what we are actually studying here, we are making tables. We are making 5 tables for all countries: pre-election stage, polling, post-election, EMB structure involvement, and source tracking. What we are studying the legal basis for it. We are reading the constitution of all these countries, their primary election laws, if there are some secondary election laws or rules of the same, the election management bodies, their rules, their manuals, any laws anything that they have decided, whatever talks about the role of political parties in an election, that all documents that of every country, the selected countries, we have been studying for the same. Now, for election management bodies, our tables would talk about, for political parties, we will be discussing the process. We'll decide the sections where their process is, what they'll be doing. So it's not there. And the level of influence, what they'll have on the system. For EMBs, we'll be studying, we have currently studied for major countries, legal status. Are parties part of the EMBs or not? For example, in India, they are not. But in a lot of jurisdictions, the parties are a part of election management bodies as well. So do they have a level of influence over the decisions of EMBs? Now, that is a topic for discussion, but that is what we have highlighted in our report as well. And of course, if there are any safeguards for neutrality that have been mentioned in the country's laws, that also we have highlighted in our tables. The tables, we have completed the tables and we have submitted to a IIIDEM for the same. Now, I'm going to give you a brief summary of the evidence that we've collected during pre-election stage. These are just some examples. India, as most of us know, there are mock poll verification of EVMs before polling day, electoral roll preparations. In Poland, political parties nominate members to electoral commissions for pre-election oversight. Brazil, they do public security testing of EVM software where party participation and political parties inspect the voting software source code before the election is actually done. That is something different that we found out and we have highlighted in our report the same. During polling stage, a lot of systems are present, like the polling agents are allowed to observe the voter identification, they are allowed to check all EVM operations at polling stages. Same goes for Philippines. Poll watchers observe at the voting systems and all polling procedures. And system is similar in a lot of nations, but the names are different. During post-election stage, same thing goes. India people, we have counting agents who observe opening of the control units and all tabulation procedures. Brazil also has a parallel vote verification system that allows verification of electoral voting machine results. Germany is a different example here. What happens in Germany is there is a public vote counting. Therefore, the election, the political party's role is a bit reduced there because it is open to public and not just to the representatives of parties. So they do a public vote counting openly, which is observed by parties and citizens alike. There is no distinction, and results are very transparent at polling stage level only. During our current analysis, these are the trends that we have seen. Counting stage oversight is very consistent in all these 54 nations. These things, in a majority of nations, these things take place. During polling stage observation, this is widely present. Counting stage oversight is very consistent. However, pre-election oversight is very limited and uneven. Not all EMBs provide pre-poll access to their party representatives. Therefore, there is a gap in oversight chain of command. And digital systems create new verification needs. Of course, as I discussed in Estonia and Switzerland and Brazil, because there's a new system that they've developed, so we have to move along with the changes that have come up. Levels of concurrent auditing. Here, what we have done is parties audit depth framework that we're studying. Passive observation is when parties can only observe, but they cannot independently verify the data. Procedural audit is parties verify the physical processes. For example, it happens in India. Data-driven audit is parties access structured data for independent verification, and advanced or digital audit is parties verify the result through digital or cryptographic methods. Now, this is the three models that we have developed for EMB role of political parties in EMB. That is a different chapter that we'll be making in our report, because this we have divided into three models: public transparency model, external oversight model, and embedded or hybrid model. Public transparency model is essentially the process is very open. Therefore, open electoral processes, they enable broad observations without formal party specific roles. They have no exclusive party access and citizens may observe. The second is external oversight, where the parties observe and verify the electoral processes but do not administer them. They have legally defined access without administrative roles. And the third is hybrid or embedded model, where political parties may nominate members to the electoral commissions, polling station committees, or the counting bodies, therefore directly embedding the party oversight within the administration itself. These are the two case studies that we will be doing. One of them is India, what happens in pre-election polling stage and counting stage. This has been discussed before, so I'll just move to the next. And another is Brazil. The same thing, these we have chosen because these are two very different models. India was because we had all the rules and regulations, everything written. That is one such model. Second is Brazil. So it has a digital audit model because the system of election is very different there. Now, the digital systems require adapted transparency mechanisms that go beyond the traditional physical observation. Therefore, this case study of Brazil has been highlighted. That was our step 2. Now, in our step 3, what we're doing is analytical framework and case studies. Here, we have actually divided our whole system into all these countries into 5 parts, and on these, we will be selecting a few countries to study. For example, there are systems which are old, or their election systems have been clearly defined for many years. That is one such example. For example, Switzerland, they have clearly defined processes. Second is process innovation or technology driven system. For example, where digital tools are used, administration is efficiency, technological innovation. So we'll be taking a few countries from that as well. The third is inclusion-focused electoral systems, where accessibility is for PWDs, remote voters, gender and minority inclusion. And the fourth is reform-oriented or transitional systems, where the things are currently changing, the democracy is evolving, and the systems are evolving with them. So when we divide the countries into these four, we'll be able to have examples, like a few examples of all these types of systems, and therefore a study would be more comprehensive and something that should be documented. Key lessons and insight across 54 jurisdictions. What we have seen is transparency is essential. It is procedural. You cannot just assume a system is transparent. It has to be present in the system. The laws have to be there and rules have to be present. Therefore, then only you can call a system transparent. Structured participation builds trust in an election process. Training transforms oversight, and clear frameworks are very essential. We are just giving preliminary recommendations. There is a need to strengthen the legal framework across jurisdictions. We also should enhance accreditation systems. Transparent processes for agent registration is needed. Accreditation should be accessible to all parties regardless of size. There is a need to invest in capacity building and adapt to digital technologies as well. We have to ensure equitable access to all the parties across all jurisdictions, and to document and share the practices, build knowledge repositories so that other EMBs could also study and do the same in their way. So currently we've done what I've explained. Now what we'll be doing, we have sent questionnaires to EMBs. That is the primary data collection that we'll be focusing on. Comparative analysis, we'll be studying integration of primary and secondary data across all jurisdictions, and stage-wise analysis would be identifying universal norms and context-specific adaptations. Stakeholder verification, validation is also needed. There'll be engagement with EMBs, practitioners. So during expert consultation, we'll be getting some suggestions, and therefore we'll be able to make our report better. And of course, the best practice framework that we'll develop, so that we'll be able to identify some best practices that other EMBs would also be able to do the same. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very comprehensive presentation on electoral transparency, which is indeed a very important part of electoral process. So finally, we move towards regulation of political parties, which help us navigate the different global regulatory models from status to commission centered, and how we can effectively govern these gatekeepers of democracy. So we now have with us from Sikkim Professor Durga P. Chhetri, who is a professor and chairperson in the Department of Political Science, Sikkim Central University, India. He is currently the director of Sikkim University. His research foci include governance, decentralization and federalism, gender studies, social justice, social theory, and social exclusion/inclusion. He is the author and co-author of many scholarly articles and book chapters, as well as 5 books, including Making Democratic Decentralization Work in South Asia, Gender, Power and Democracy in South Asia, Divided Spaces, Discourse on Social Exclusion and Women in India, Decentralized Governance and Development in India, and Politics, Society and Development, Insights from Sikkim. He was on the editorial board of the Indian Journal of Political Science, which publishes the high-quality, cutting-edge research in all areas of political science. He is a recipient of India's National Young Political Scientist Award 2017. I invite you, sir, to give your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected Chair, Professor Sharma, distinguished speaker, and esteemed participant. Thank you for being here. It's an honor to be here, and I sincerely thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my research on regulating the gatekeepers of democracy, global perspectives on political party governance. So my allotted time is 20 minutes, so I try to complete, before time, because most of us are already, mentally and physically exhausted, because I am the last speaker of today's session. So when you talks about the political parties, the central paradox is that the democratic one is democratic necessity and another one is the regulatory tension. So first is a democratic necessity because political parties, we all know that it serve as principles intermediaries between citizens and the states. And second thing is that it is a regulatory tension because this is certainly generate a profound kind of regulatory paradox. Sometimes excessive interventions that risks undermining the political pluralism and freedom of associations, and what is very rightly highlighted by our chair in his opening remarks. So the central challenge therefore here is how do democratic systems govern their own governors, here political parties, either proportionately or transparently or sometimes even without partitions or distortion. The scope and the comparative methodology here, because these projects draw 10 constitutional and electoral system, because we actually sampled now 30 countries from 6 different continents. But this paper, my presentation today focus on only 10 countries because I don't know, because 30 is also for me is too large for case studies. I don't know whether we'll be able to rationalize as per our methodology or not, but still we are trying, because some of our friends and some of our states, they have even selected more than 80 countries also for their studies. But since our focus is on to come out with the best practices, then we are still in the stage 3 of our methodology. That is step 3 means we have just identified the 13 number of the countries, but most of our friends, they are far ahead, because now many of them, they have already completed the administering of the questionnaires, and they are writing on the 4th stage. In this presentations, I have covered only 10: India, Germany, United States, Brazil, South Africa, Japan, Norway, Mexico, Singapore, and Australia. India, because the reason is very simple, it's the largest democracy, we have a very robust election commission's oversight. Germany is a constitutionalized party law, there is a party finance transparency. United States, because there is a decentralized regulation, campaign finance jurisprudence. Brazil, because there is a party proliferation challenges, and then there is a judicial oversight also. And in South Africa, it's a post-apartheid multi-party framework, and the management bodies authority is very strong there. Japan, because Political Fund Control Act is there. Norway is a kind of Nordic model, and therefore generous public funding provisions with transparency is there. And in Mexico, there is a independent oversight body, and one very important why we decided to take Mexico is that there is a provisions for the gender mandate also. Singapore, dominant party context, and there is a regulatory environment. And finally, Australia, because there is a provisions for disclosure regimes, and also public funding threshold. So if you see the key regulatory domains, because effective party governance operate across 4 interrelated regulatory domains. Each domain addressed very distinct dimensions of the relationship between political parties and then the states and also a democratic society. So there is a party registrations, there is a party finance regulations, there is a internal organizations rules, and there is also the oversight of EMBs and the code. So the first domain is party registration, because we all know that registration framework again determines which organizations may formally contest election and also access associated privilege. So therefore, they represent the state first and most consequential intervention in the party system. So if you see this particular first domain, party registration, first is a threshold requirement, second is ideological and constitutional limits, and the third one is the name, then after that symbol and also identity regulation. So if you see the first one, that is threshold requirement under this first domain, that is party registration and recognitions, most party impose minimum membership threshold or geographic spread requirement to prevent the proliferation of imperial practices. Like if you see Germany, then Germany requires demonstrated national reach. If you take our country, India, India mandates minimum vote shares for national recognition of political parties. If you take the example from Brazil, then the Brazil has a very long grappled with fragmentations from the permissive threshold. In the first domain, another very important thing is the ideological and constitutional limits. Several jurisdictions here permits prohibition or dissolutions of parties that threaten constitutional order. So here, if you take again Germany, then there is a Germany basic law under Article 21 enables the federal constitutional law to ban anti-democratic parties. That is a kind of mechanisms which invoked against the rules 1952 and also 56 and considered in multiple subsequent proceedings. The third one is here under this domain one is name, symbol and also identity regulation. So here electoral commissions in India, also Australia and also Mexico, in all these three countries, it regulates party names and also symbols to prevent voter confusions and also to protect the integrity of electoral choice, a micro level, but I would say practically significant dimensions of registration law. So these are the three important variables within the first domain, that is party registrations and legal recognition. Second domain is campaign regulations. That is campaign finance regulation, because financing regulation is again widely regarded as most technically complex as well as politically sensitive domain of party governance. So it directly implicates questions of equality, questions of speech and as well as questions of anti-corruption. And this is the main terrain on which democratic integrity is most frequently contested. So here also, like in the first domain, there are 2-3 things to discuss here. One is public funding models. Second one is contributions and spending limits. Third one is the disclosure and transparency. And the fourth one is foreign funding prohibition. So if you see the first one, that is public funding models, Norway, Germany, even Mexico, all these three countries provides a very substantial state subventions to parties, which are very tied to the electoral performance and subject to audit. So this reduces dependence on party donors or private donors and also levels the competition playing field, though it may entrench established parties over newcomers. If you take the second very important aspect here, contributions and spending limit, the country like United States always presents the most contested case, because there is a Citizens United versus FEC, which fundamentally reshaped the constitutional landscape by treating corporate campaign expenditures as protected speech, enabling the rise of super PSC and undermining contributions limit established under FECA and different kinds of rules. Yeah. No, sir. I mean, this is the topic, sir. I mean, I'm discussing about the second domain. So, in the second domain, the second very important aspect is the disclosure and transparency. Australia, if you take the example of Australia regimes and Brazil, both these countries requires comprehensive donors of disclosure or the donor disclosure. So the UK's Political Parties Elections Referendum Act also sets a global benchmark for reporting obligations, enabling public and media scrutiny. And the last one is the foreign funding prohibitions. So nearly all surveys jurisdictions prohibit foreign donation to parties. So it's a kind of near universal norms reflecting the principles that democratic self-governance must not be financially compromised by external actors. So Singapore, and also we can take the example from our own country, India, have enacted particularly a very stringent, very strict foreign contributions law. And then third domain is internal organizational rules. Here so there is a three things, I mean, candidate selections, gender representations, and anti-defection measures. When you see this internal party organizations and democracy, because we all know that internal party democracy, the extent to which parties govern themselves according to democratic norms, represents one of the most contested frontier of party regulation. And here, the fundamental tension is between associational autonomy, that is party or the political parties as a private organization, and democratic accountability, that is parties as a public constitutional actors. So within this, so there is a three different aspects. So one is candidate selection. So like if you take the example from Germany, Germany's parties laws mandate democratic selection procedures for candidate as well as party officers, including secret ballot. If you take the example from our country, India, Election Commission of India has pushed party towards transparent internal elections with mixed compliance. If you take the second aspect, that is gender representation, so Mexico enforce gender parity requirement in candidate list, okay, and among the most rigorous globally. And if you take the example from Norway, then the Norway's major parties adopt voluntary gender quotas. And if you take the example from Brazil, then the Brazil mandates minimum female candidacy threshold through enforcement, though I mean enforcement remain uneven. Third one is the anti-defection measure. India's, we all know that 10 schedules impose disqualifications on legislators who defect from their party, raising complex questions about the balance between party discipline as well as individual legislative conscience, a model adopted with variation across South Asia as well as Africa. And the next final domains and the variable here is oversight by electoral management bodies and the court, because we all know that institutional architecture of party regulations is only as effective as the bodies, often in a very South Africa, even adjudicate disputes. Sometimes they monitor widely regarded as one of the most powerful EMBs globally, with authority to enforce model code of conduct and also suspend party recognitions for non-compliance with internal elections requirement. And the second one is the constitutional and judicial review, because court provides the ultimate check on both party behavior as well as regulatory overreach. Like in Germany, Federal Constitutional Court has set global precedent in adjudicating political bans as well as finance disputes. And if you take the example from Brazil, then the Brazil court exercise sweeping authority over party registrations and candidate eligibility. So I'll not discuss 2-3 things because it's just a kind of repetitions only. So what are the emerging best global practices? So first one is that synthesizing all these insight from all 10 jurisdictions, we try to identify some of the emerging global practices. Like say for example, first one is independent EMBs. Second one is real-time finance disclosure. Third one is enforceable gender parity. Fifth one is civic education's mandate. and the final one is the graduated sanction. So the core argument is here is that effective political party regulations must adopt. I'll skip this one because I have already discussed. So this is the emerging trend. So effective political parties regulations must adopt the principles and proportionate approach that safeguards democratic competitions while strengthening transparency, institutional accountability, as well as public trust in respective governance. So what is required? It requires a coherent, integrated regulatory architectures spanning all 4 domains which I discussed. It also requires independent institutional actors insulated from partisans' control. So in conclusions, our preliminary observations and conclusion is that no single model is suffice, number 1. Number 2 is that there is a institutional independence is non-negotiable because effectiveness of any regulatory framework is contingent on the genuine independence of enforcement bodies. Third one is the transparency norms must evolve technologically because digital campaign financing, cryptocurrency, donations and social media political advertising represents frontier challenges that existing disclosure regimes. These were not designed to address, therefore regulatory modernization is urgent across all surveyed countries. And finally, regulations alone cannot sustain democracy because legal framework are necessary but not sufficient. So therefore, durable democratic governance require a culture of compliance and active civil society, independent judiciary and informed citizenry capable of holding party actors accountable beyond the electoral cycle. So let me conclude here. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful presentation. Now I open the question and answer session. If anyone has any questions, so they can put up.
I would have one. Firstly, you talked about the banning of political party in Germany and the minimum requisition of registration of political party. It's a constitutional mandate. So I want to need a bit of explanation on that, because as of my understanding, when I studied a long time ago, that only one political party has been banned as of now in Germany, and after a very huge case, and which was very popularized, and none other political party was banned. Secondly, about public funding, that it will take the burden from the political party donors, but there is also allegation of quid pro quo, that is taking something for something. That is, when I fund a particular political party, I expect that political party to give me some certain favors, and that has led to a lot of anarchy in a lot of democracies. So what are your comments on that?
The ban of political party, yes, I mean, you're right, because I completely agree with you, because as I said, there is a provisions argument, because we are just, Japan has not. So in some countries, when in our review of literatures and our study shows that, I mean, Germany is the only examples where there is a provision for banning the political parties. That is number 1. Number 2 is, I mean, regarding the recognitions of the political party. In our countries, there is a national party, there is a state party, there is an unrecognized party. So therefore, to become any party to a national party, okay, there is a certain, I mean, the provision is there, 6% vote, the 6 MLA, all these things. So therefore, these provisions are there in our country, and we are still, our work is still in progress. So we are just collecting all these informations, from the different countries. And as far as the, I mean, the step that IIIDEM has circulated to all of us, we are still in the step 3 only. Okay, we have now sampled all the countries, 30 countries, and now we have to administer the questionnaires, and we got the approval from the IIIDEM, and now we'll send all these things, and we have included, some of these your queries in our questions also, and we'll administer that, and we'll definitely will got the answers from them, and I don't know, I mean, how many of them will respond, and therefore that was the idea that, why we had sampled, large number of the country, 50, 85, 100, so these are some of the hope I answers your response sorry your queries. Yeah.
How we can prevent quid pro quo?
I think only solution is that we have to come out the strict laws. That is the only provision, because some of the countries they have laws, but we fail to implement that one. Okay, and our research also shows that number of countries they come out with all these provisions, but we are lagging in the implementation. So therefore, how you implement, the strict implementations of the existing law will also sometimes, suffice to do, control all these things. But my experience and the research also says that the implementations of the existing law is also, we are not implementing, properly all these laws. So maybe I think the strict implementations of the existing law will, I think, suffice to control all these things also.
I have a question. The list of countries that you have selected for your research, I think that's a very comprehensive list, and you have included diverse democracies in that list to ensure the quality of research. But I think one country that you might want to include is America, because they have presidential democracy, which is quite different from our democracy. So you might want to include that to understand what are the pros and cons of presidential versus a partisan democracy like us. It's a suggestion rather than question.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestions, because when you select any sample for that matter, because we have to justify it, so in our case also we are not looking at only the, say for example, the geographical location. Okay, these are from the 6 continent, different continent. So I completely agree with you, because one of the whole idea of including United States is also because they have a different the systems, presidential form of government, and therefore we have a country from the one party like in China, even in North Korea also. Okay, and therefore the whole idea is not only to confine to only the geographical locations, but we are also saying the political systems also, and so that we'll be able to come out with the best practices from the different countries. Yeah, thank you for your suggestion.
I don't know, not a question, but I have something that I think Kunjal can look into. And first of all, let me first congratulate you for a wonderful presentation. I think it was well researched and quite widespread as well. And given the fact that the Arunachal Pradesh team is also working on a topic which is, or the theme which is kind of overlapping with the theme that you guys are working on. I'm just wondering if, looking at the trust model that you started off with, I'm sure you would normatively expand on trust, because what you showed in your slide while talking of trust is about those articles of the international conventions, which are articles, but the normativity behind those articles is something which I'm sure you would put in your report. But one thing which I think should be talked about, and I think both you and Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh, all of us can think about, is the judicial access of political parties. For example, in our country, we do have the Supreme Court having the judicial review of decisions of the Election Commission, and we also have parties approaching the court. There's also a kind of a fuzzy area where you have the speaker deciding on the membership of a political party, given the anti-defection law and sort of things, which even that gets into the review under the Supreme Court. So the point is, while talking of ballot access or access or equity and the kind of level playing field of the parties, smaller parties may not have that kind of a resource, may not have that kind of an access, right? So have we been able to also tabulate some data on how this operates in some of the major or minor or Eurocentric or the Anglo-American democracies, or democracies elsewhere as well? Because I think increasingly, given the fact that electoral competitions are becoming too intense, I think that kind of a structure would also facilitate a lot of knowledge and research in that sense. So it's not a question, but maybe the three of us can come together and think of that, just that. Thank you.
Do we have some other questions? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for a highly productive session. Today's deliberations addressed the core paradox of electoral governance, balancing the freedom of political association with the critical need for regulatory oversight. Our expert presentations provided three vital takeaways: equitable ballot access. Mr. Angad Mehta's analysis across 50 democracies reinforced that objective, non-discriminatory nomination frameworks are essential to maintaining a level playing field for all political actors. Parties as concurrent auditors. Ms. Kunjal Arora highlighted that true transparency is procedural, advocating for political parties to act as real-time auditors during the pre-poll, polling and counting stages to build public trust. Regulating the gatekeepers. Dr. Durga P. Chhetri reminded us that while parties are the gatekeepers of democracy, effective regulation across registration, campaign, finance, and internal organization is necessary to prevent democratic backsliding. These comparative insights will directly shape our upcoming Global Best Practices report and model international electoral standards, empowering election management bodies globally. Thank you to our speakers and participants for helping advance the vision of a transparent, inclusive, and resilient democratic world. Have a wonderful evening. And I call off this session 3. Thank you.
With this, session 3 is over. We'll continue with the symposium tomorrow. Thank you so much.